Audio's on? Or is it on in all rooms? Yeah. Good. What? Yeah, everyone's has it's like Matt, and then it's like Karen's information. Short and sweet, right? Actually, I was working on, my link. Oh, really? Are you talking? You don't talk shop? Oh, okay. Well, that's good. But we launched, so we've been waiting for some sort of HRIS system, but we launched that system because previously capital was to sort into the course. Oh, really? We're good. You want to start? They're downstairs in the closet. You guys probably start filtering people in now, and then I'll bring the volunteers. Just like it's not crowded up there when the delegates come anyway, so we might start drinking for a while.
It looks human, so. So we have recommendation and implementation. So those are two categories. That's strategic recommendation and implementation. It's all that.
I'm gonna let you drive. 'Cause
and traditional homeland of Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nation and Métis ancestor who played that for our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create competition and celebration with the culture and history of the land. Thank you to our judges, graduates, Kara, and Raj. And my name is Samina, and I'll be the academic monitor for presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present, immediately following the presentation. Judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask questions. Our academic team, Jazz, will hold up a time cue through the presentation and the question periods. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hand, and I, the presentation monitor, will call them to ask any questions they have. Now, we can begin the presentation.
I want you all to think about a time when you felt left out. Now, how did that make you feel? Now, I want you to think about the flip side, when you were a part of something special. What made it special? Was it the community, the support, the values? Well, I want you to hold on to that feeling, because that is the feeling we want to ensure all your employees continue to feel with our strategy. Good early morning, everyone. My name is Harneet, and I'm joined by my teammates Jackie and Harmon. And together, we are Atlas Consulting, and we are so excited to be presenting to you today. So let's get right into it. Our objective here today is to devise a 2-year recruitment strategy plan and retention plan. We have identified the primary issue is the labor shortage in the industry. Now, we have identified 3 secondary issues. The first one being a decreased talent pool. Secondly, the training and the equipping of the employees. And then lastly, retaining your employees long-term in a high turnover industry. However, with our strategy, the BEAM strategy, we have 3 key pillars that will help mitigate these challenges that we have mentioned, leaving an overall impact of you being able to hire 130 employees by 2023. Now, let us show you how you can achieve this impact. I will now be passing it to Jackie to jump into our analysis.
Thank you so much, Harneet. So jumping into our analysis, the first thing I want to go over is what's happening in the industry. So currently you faced a decrease in your talent pool because of the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically in the accommodation industry. But why is that? The reason is because as soon as the COVID-19 pandemic hit, restrictions limited the accommodation industry first, and that resulted in a lot of employees losing trust in this industry and viewing them as a sustainable occupation long term. So another thing to notice is that specifically in this industry, a lot of the hourly workers have to work long hours. And an insight that we've noticed is that for these workers, they value flexibility in their schedule. Now, knowing what's going on within the industry, it's really important to know how Prairie Knights is going to, who Prairie Knights should target to really hone in, to really increase that talent pool. So we've identified 3 demographics: the 55-year-old plus demographic, the Generation Z, and individuals with criminal records. Now, specifically with demographics over the age of 55 is not sustainable because the average age of retirement is around 60 years old. So you want to be looking for individuals that you can retain long term. Now with the Generation Z, they are looking for career development. However, within this industry, within the services industry, a lot of people in this demographic typically face a higher turnover rate. So lastly, I wanted to bring your attention to individuals with a criminal record. Now this may seem interesting, but the reason why it's important to consider this demographic is because that they're a demographic with the lowest turnover rate so far. Not only that they meet your hiring needs, and specifically in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, there is no policy to protect these individuals because of the criminal record, and you have an opportunity here to hone in on this demographic that a lot of other businesses aren't looking at. Now, looking into our first key analysis, we notice that a strength where you have an occupancy rate of 75%, which is where you're functioning at pre-pandemic levels. And this is really important for you to hire individuals to meet those demands. But currently, you have a policy that is limiting your talent pool, which is your criminal record check. Now, I want you to meet Ivy, who is currently unemployed, and she has a criminal record for shoplifting. And she's looking for a job, but within Manitoba, there is no accommodation business that is able to help her out. And this is where you can come in. And we noticed that Starbucks we noticed that Starbucks is another company that actually leveraged individuals with criminal records to mitigate that labor shortage that they were facing after the pandemic to meet their operational needs. And this resulted in an increase in diversity of hiring and also their revenue. And it's really important to note here that a lot of the unfortunate reality is that individuals with a history of criminal record checks are typically individuals who are in a lower socioeconomic status. So by opening up your talent pool to these individuals, you're also offering the opportunity to build a career. So the key takeaway here is that in order for Prairie Knights to fulfill their 130 positions, you need to expand your talent pool. So moving on to our second key analysis, training is important for a business's success. Now looking at your current operation rate, it is really important that you are able to fulfill the needs of your customers that are going to be coming in soon. So looking at the current status is that there is a lack of hard skills and soft skills within your talent pool, and this can ultimately affect a company's bottom line. And when employees are not equipped for their job, they ultimately lose the confidence in being able to fulfill their position needs. And if they lose that confidence, they'll ultimately turn away from their job and look somewhere else where they can feel supported. So a key fact here is that if employees do not feel confident in their job, your company will ultimately face a 15% decrease in profitability because your workers are becoming less productive. So it's really important for Prairie Knights to hone in on their training processes. So in order to deliver high quality service. Now, I want to bring your attention to our last analysis, which is retaining your employees. So within the employee life cycle, we've noticed a pain point in your retention, and you have an opportunity here to really build your retention strategy to maintain your employees long term. And looking at the specific needs of all the demographics that we've identified so far, individuals who are above the age of 50 plus are looking for a job that is sustainable and that will allow them to retire for themselves. And for Gen Z specifically, they are looking for learning and development opportunities. That way they can see growth within their career. And overall, they need your support as a leader. And if you are unable to meet the needs of these workers, you'll ultimately face a 36% decrease in engagement. But when you do meet your employees' needs, you'll face an 34% increase in retention and engagement. And a key point to make here is that the cost of turnover is 33% of an individual's salary. And we've calculated that it costs over $10,000 to replace an employee. So it's really important for your company to figure out a strategy to make sure that you can retain these employees long term. Now, I want to recap the situation. So today you're facing the labor shortage due to the pandemic. And if you're unable to address this issue, you'll ultimately face a decrease in revenue. And looking at your secondary issues, because of your decreased talent pool due to the pandemic and the current policy, if you're unable to address this, you'll ultimately hire underqualified workers, which will affect the customer experience in your business. And training and equipping employees is essential because if you're unable to prepare your employees in their jobs, your company will ultimately face underperformance and decreased customer satisfaction. And lastly, retaining your employees in the high turnover industry is crucial because if you're unable to address this, you'll ultimately face higher costs. Now, To figure out which direction for your business to go, I'm now going to pass it off to Harmon to go over alternatives.
Thank you, Jackie. So to derive our alternatives matrix, we asked one key question. What is the best strategy to recruit for employees to meet the hiring needs that you need right now? To help guide our decision, we came up with 3 key pieces of criteria, which are that the alternative is cost effective, is time efficient, and it increases your retention rate, which we know is a big priority for your organization at this moment. We came up with 3 potential alternatives. First is to conduct campus recruitment, so targeting individuals at post-secondary institutions. Next is to use a recruitment agency who will hire the 40 positions for you. And lastly is to leverage external partnerships to tap into the untapped talent pool that we have identified in our analysis. After weighing our alternatives against the criteria, we can see that conducting campus recruitment is a very time-consuming process that hinders the retention rate. This will ultimately decrease retention rate. As we identified in our analysis, Gen Zs, or the majority demographic that are in universities at this time, typically have a high turnover and looking for large development opportunities and will switch careers at a faster rate. In terms of recruitment agency, it's a very costly method where you have minimal control over the quality of hires that are coming into your organization. So you have little assurance over who is actually coming into your organization and what type of training they will be needed in order to best equip them to meet your guests' needs. This brings us to leveraging external partnerships. Now, this is a very feasible method that will increase your retention rate, increase the talent pool, and give you a greater breadth in what kind of labor, and help alleviate your labor shortages. So that being said, leveraging external partnership is the best strategy to pursue at this time, and I'm so excited to pass it over to Harni, who will be discussing our recommendation for your organization.
Thank you, Harmon. Now that we've heard some of the challenges that are occurring, we are so excited to jump into our recommendation. Now, before we jump in, I want to provide you with an overview and a reminder of what we're discussing today. So our primary issue is the labor shortage post-pandemic. And with our recommendation of our 3 pillars, fuel, ignite, and shine, we will help alleviate this primary issue. Now, let's jump into it with our first pillar of fuel. So the first thing that we want to recommend is changing the policy. We understand that you have a policy in regards to the criminal record checks that you have in place. However, we want you to actually remove the criminal record check process because this isn't something that is typically done in the industry. As well, it will really help you tap that demographic that Jackie had mentioned in analysis and help leverage those individuals. Now, the second thing that we want to recommend here is leveraging the fair chance hiring model. Now, because you're removing this criminal record check process that you're so used to, we want to ensure that you're able to take the next steps to help move forward with this. And in order to do that, you really want to leverage this model because it will help you create the right policies and ensure that you're taking the right path when moving forward with hiring these candidates. Now, because this is a big change, we want to bring your attention to the pro-side change management model, 3-step model. And what we really want to leverage is the communication model. Now, because this is a big change and some people may be more resistant to it, the communication here is vital. And the key message that you want to provide to your leadership team is that help them understand why you're going to reach this target demographic and the reason why you're removing this process, and to really highlight the benefits of why it will help your company long term. And in order to provide additional support, it's offering office hours and check-ins. Now, the second part of this strategy is actually the hiring part. So because you need to hire so many individuals and you have multiple locations, we actually recommend staggering the hiring process. So what this looks like is hiring in the most popular locations in terms of occupancy first and focusing on them first. And then to help with this, it's reaching out to organizations such as the Prison Justice Society to really leverage those candidates that we had mentioned earlier. And to provide additional support, we recommend that one of your HR members, the assumption here is that you have a full HR team, provides a streamlined support process for these individuals that are more marginalized. And the reason for this is because they may not necessarily have the resources and the right tools to be able to apply through these applications. And the reason for this is that you want to bring everyone to the same playing field and you want to ensure that it's equitable. And by providing this one-on-one support if needed through the recruitment process, you'll help them feel more supported and comfortable through the process. And then lastly, this is particularly for the roles mentioned there. And now we do recognize that you also want to attract your accountants. And so because this is a role that does require more experience, we recommend using the university graduates and really leveraging them here. Now, jumping into our second recommendation of Ignite, I want to bring your attention to the 70-20-10 learning and development model. Now that you've hired your employees, training is crucial. And the way this model works is that in order to retain your employees and ensure that they're able to retain the information, you actually need all three components. And the way I like to describe this model is that it's kind of like a recipe. In order to ensure you have a delicious baked good, you need the right ingredients, but also the right amount of each ingredient. And that is exactly what this model is trying to entail. But what does it look like in the context of your company? Well, the first thing that we want to ensure is that you're providing guest service training. So this includes providing them training on customer service, providing them with the etiquette training to ensure that they're able to take on this role. And we actually recommend reducing the job shadowing to 1 week and implementing a Explore Prairie Nights rotational program. And the reason for the rotational program is that it will help employees develop new skills by trying different jobs and help see what position fits them best. And this is more of a long-term strategy that will also help retain your employees long-term. Now, to really shine as an industry, leader, we have additional benefits and that we recommend that you implement to retain your employees long-term. So the first one is implementing a retired savings plan. And this is really to attract that demographic that is 55 and plus, and also all their individuals who are joining who can start saving ahead of time. The next one is an employee resource group. This will help employees feel supported, and we actually have found a case study with AT&T, and when they implemented this, they had an 84% increase in their Black employees. And then lastly, tuition reimbursements to ensure that everyone has you're able to retain them long term. Now that we've gone through the recommendation, I'm going to pass it off to Harmon to jump into our implementation.
Thank you, Harneet. So to put this strategy into actionable and feasible steps, we have the very first steps that you need to take. As you have your meeting with your board of directors in the coming weeks, it's important to present this recruitment and retention plan to them, and then begin with removing the background check requirement, and start with releasing some job postings on online platforms so we can start sourcing talent pool while we implement other aspects of our hiring recommendation. Going to our implementation for the field pillar, a key milestone I'm bringing to your attention here is that by the end of quarter one, we want to have a fair chances model fully implemented. That way we can start leveraging those equitable and diverse hiring policies and increase our talent pool overall. A key KPI here is that by the end of the year, we want to have all 130 positions hired. We know that this may take longer than you originally anticipated. However, in order to ensure we have a fair, efficient, high-quality talent pool, these are necessary steps to take, and that may take some time. However, our strategy, you will achieve this within the first year of the strategy. Going to our timeline for our Ignite and Shine pillars, a key milestone here is that we mentioned our Explore Prairie rotational program. It's an excellent opportunity to train your employees, and this is something we recommend you focus on in the second year of our strategy. So by the end of quarter two of 2024, we want to have this rotational program fully piloted, tested, and ready for launch to be used in your organization. After this, we'll conduct an engagement survey to gauge our employees' engagement with these opportunities to see how well they are engaging with these new benefits and opportunities we have introduced. So why should you invest in this strategy? We're looking at overall investment cost of $125,000, with the main ticket items focusing on the the tuition reimbursements and Explore Prairie Nights rotational program. However, as Jackie mentioned in our analysis earlier, as the cost of turnover is roughly $10,000 per employee, you can see up to $2 million in turnover costs. That's how much money you could be saving from retaining your employees, and it is cheaper and far more cost effective to retain your employees than it is to constantly fill these new positions and hire and train for new ones. With our strategy, you can achieve this and create the overall overall benefit of increased employee retention, increased service quality, and ultimately increased cost savings, driving your bottom line. Now, to briefly discuss some potential risks with our strategy, a potential risk is that managers could be resistant to the background removal policy, and this is a key factor in your recruitment strategy, as they haven't used it for quite a long time. A mitigation here is to include the management in the recruitment process, provide seamless communication so they are aware of which candidates we are attracting and what steps are being taken, as well as conduct check-ins to ensure all inquiries are answered. The potential risk is that it may take longer to train certain individuals due to other barriers that may be in place, as we are tapping into individuals who may be more marginalized or have previous disadvantages. A key mitigation here is ensuring increase CC support for them to ensure they're fully equipped. So today, we discussed the BEAM strategy and how it will alleviate the primary and secondary issues your organization is facing by fueling your recruitment with diverse and equitable hiring practices, igniting your employees with high-quality service training, and shining as an employer of choice with retained and satisfied employees such as IB. Thank you, and we look forward to answering any questions.
We will begin the Q&A session, and this is for 5 minutes. And I will knock on the table at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, indicating that we cannot ask any more questions. You may start.
We had a couple of implementations that were targeted both the 55 plus and the university students, but in the initial one you said that the primary target will be the criminal record check. So can you just clarify if that is an initiated approach or?
Yes, for sure. So the primary demographic is those individuals who have a criminal record check. However, the reason why we provided additional strategies on recruiting others is because we're asking you to remove the criminal background check. That is going to take some time, and we don't want you to lose that time. So we want you to still be able to attract other candidates, which is why we recommended other strategies in the meantime as that process is happening.
Curious, you mentioned Starbucks have had success with this. What were the key points, or what was it about the Starbucks experience that you wanted to share with us?
I can take this. So specifically with Starbucks, because they were facing a labor shortage and a lot of employees were leaving the service industry because of the unsustainable factors, Starbucks decided to target individuals with criminal records because they noticed that these individuals were looking for jobs within the service industry. And in the service industry, a lot of these positions as well were much simpler and easy for them to learn. And as a result, Starbucks was able to not only garner many more employees, but they're also able to increase their diversity because of the history of individuals with criminal record checks are marginalized groups.
And so is this something that you're going to publicize that you are targeting for criminal record checks? And if so, how do you think people coming to these groups?
So the current priority here is to make sure we communicate with management that they are aware that we are leaving that background check requirement and targeting those individuals. However, as mentioned in the analysis, these individuals are looking for learning opportunities. They want to get back into the job market, have the lowest turnover. In terms of communicating to the public that we are hiring individuals with such a history, it's not something that the organization can communicate right away. It's important to get them into the organization, train the employees, and guide them throughout the process first. And if you want to make a public announcement about this, it's going to be done in the long term. However, it's not very necessary at the moment.
How do you compare Prairie Night's retention throughout the pandemic to the industry? And what was that?
Sorry, do you mind repeating the question?
When you compare Prairie Night's retention throughout the pandemic,
Right.
compared to the industry, what type of analysis did you do there, and what insights were you able to gain?
So looking at comparing Prairie Nights to the industry, the accommodation industry has dealt with a 13% decrease in individuals entering the accommodation industry. And with Prairie Nights specifically, a lot of the hourly workers have a higher turnover rate, and specifically with part-time workers, we noticed that they also their current stay at Prairie Nights was roughly 5 months. So it is close to the industry.
Identified $50,000 for tuition in district. How much and where the money came from, how that's distributed, what that looks like.
Of course. So the number is a starting point as a potential budget for tuition reimbursements. And this is a number we identified as based off of the individuals we plan to attract with our organization, as the tuition reimbursements key benefit for Gen Zs who want to have more education opportunities alongside their work. So this is why we came up as a starting point. However, it can always be increased in the future as you see the engagement with it and how much employees engage with this benefit. Roughly around $2,000 to $3,000 per employee. Once again, it's based off our requirements and what education they're pursuing. I can take this question as well really quickly. We use since the average wage in the industry is roughly $16 per hour. We calculate it based off of roughly 40 hours a week, and that's how we calculate this number using industry averages.
You identified,
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for taking the time so early in the morning to listen to our presentation. So thank you so much.
Hope you do the rest of your day.
My glasses, yes.
Hey everyone, welcome to JDC West, Senior Judges presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West, our membership committee, would like to make a glad nod as the University of Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan campus located on Treaty 6 territory and traditional homeland of Métis. We pay our respect to First Nation and Métis ancestors of this place and refer our relationship with one another. Pledge ourselves to create a condition that celebrates the diverse culture and history of this land. And thank you to our judges, Matt, Kara, Raj, and Kara. My name is Sunny. I will be the academic mentor for this presentation. Editors will have maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have 5 minutes total to ask questions, and our academic timekeeper, Jess, will hold up time queue throughout the presentation and questions. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hand, and present moderator will ask of them. No question or comments will be permitted from the audience. Please ensure that your cell phones are silent and no talking amongst yourself. And I can have this. You may start your presentation.
A shining star in the prairie night sky. Attributed to your 8 locations being built on the land with rich history, you Prairie Knights have been able to provide your guests with a rich hospitality experience. With that being said, you and your employees have been struggling as of late with the increased demands and increased turnover due to COVID. Hi, my name is Isabel, and I am with my teammates Carrie and Kavya, and today we would like to ask you the key question. How can Prairie Knights recruit and retain your employees to meet that future demand? We're going to go over 3 different challenges, which includes a worker shortage, your discriminatory policies, especially when it comes to your criminal records check, and finally, your lack of growth opportunities. Today, we would like to provide you with a strategy, check your foundation, build that structure, and finally, make it home through a partnership with a not-for-profit, hiring 16 to 24-year-olds, and finally, having the STAR program and improving skill development. The overall impact of this is going to eventually lead to an expansion of your employee pool, as well as having that long-term retention. I will now be passing it over to Kavya.
Thank you, Isabel. But let's understand what's happening right now with you and the industry. Now we know that we are still recovering from a global pandemic. We are still recovering from economic crisis. And due to this, right now, there is high competition in the labor market. You are competing not with just your own industry, but other industries as well. Your workers are acting differently. Hospitality industry is no longer as attractive as it was before the pandemic. Right now, workers are jumping ship because they are looking for more skill development and they're looking for higher wages. And lastly, as you can see there, there is a blockage in your one of the sources of employee funnel, which is immigrant workers. How are these three factors directly impacting your business? Well, you have less job applicants, your applicant pool has reduced dramatically, and also your offerings right now do not attract your prospective employees, which is indirect going to impact your business needs. The tourism industry and the hotel demands have gone up and will go up as everybody is getting out of the pandemic and people want to travel more. So if this worker crisis is not dealt with, you would soon find yourself in a huge loss, not just in terms of revenue, but your current employee morale loss as well. But let's first understand your specific issues that we want to tackle. So your first issue is rectifying an unjust and inefficient policy. Right now, in 2005, your company put a policy up there that excluded a very huge group of employees, that is people with criminal backgrounds. In our team's opinion, the policy did not solve the root cause of those incidents, which was proper employee evaluation, and rather excluded a whole group. And because of that, we think that there is discrimination in your policies and you need to deal with it, not just because of your EDI policy, but also you are deprived of 4 million people in your applicant pool and you need to solve it because you have an employee crisis in front of you. So our question to you is, how can you ensure a fair chance for marginalized groups to be hired by you? The second issue, which we would be tackling with is, maintaining your workforce and employee pipeline. Now, in just a second, I will explain to you why this particular group is attractive to you. But we think that the 16 to 24-year group is something that you should focus on. And there is a lack of retention and there is a lack of career development for those groups. 16 to 24 years old, and me being a part of that group, do not find hospitality as attractive just because I do not see my future in there. I do not see career development in there, and I do not think it's something that I want to pursue in the long term. So that's why it is again impacting your expansion, your recruitment pool. It is again impacting your employee pools and your employee satisfactions because your current part-times are comprised of 16 to 24-year-olds. So we want to ask you how can you ensure that these particular workforce are included in your overall recruitment pool, as well as how can you keep them on in your workforce. The last issue that we'll tackle with is employee retention. Now the first two is obviously expanding your recruitment pool, but the main question that you are dealing with is retention, actually keeping them on so that you don't have to face high recruitment costs. But as we have seen the trend, that is not the case. There is high turnover, people are leaving the industry, people are jumping ships, as I explained in my first slide, because of industry changes, because of higher wages in other industries, and because of lack of career development opportunities. So our question to you is, how can you retain those workforce groups? Now, to the slide that I accidentally missed is our alternatives. Now, this slide does look overwhelming, and trust me, with all the checks and crosses, we also found it difficult, but this is the opportunity that you have. This is all the groups that you can cater to, but we want to find the best group for you. Now, let me explain the criteria. We have the existing skills. That is, how many of those workforce have those skills which will reduce your training and development. We have cost feasibility. We have meeting workforce demand, that is your requirement of extra people and your requirement of a higher workforce. Your employee retention, how many of these people can you keep on, and meeting DEI goals. Now, the options are people with criminalized records, foreign workers, 55 plus, 16 to 24, and your current employees. I would quickly go on to why we have ruled out the three of these groups. For the foreign workers, simply because the feasibility in the legal and the cost is too high. We do not think it's a good decision to make at this moment. 55 plus, even though this is an attractive group, again, the cost of recruiting them is going to be high because most of them have already retired. And lastly, focusing on current employees, even though this is an amazing strategy and we think that you should pursue this in the long term, but seeing your current demands and needs, we don't think that this will solve your urgent issues. So that's why we are going with people with criminalized records and 16 to 24-year-old. Now moving on to our first recommendation.
Thank you, Kavya. So the first recommendation is check your foundation. You, Prairie Knights, have a goal of to have diversity, to have inclusion, and basically to check your foundation that you have been able to attain 50% of women in your entry-level positions. However, you have put your own limitation on your diversity in your own company, and that is what this recommendation is going to solve. The objective of this is to open recruitment to those with criminal records and have more diversity in your own company to take away that barrier that you have placed on yourself after those incidents in 2005. The recommendation is partnering with Fair Chances Hiring, and this will help you assess, hire, and support those with criminal records and be able to help them come back and reintegrate into the workplace. And so the rationale behind this is that, as Kavya mentioned, there are 4 million people with criminal records, and 50% of them are having really hard times finding a place to work. And currently, you are not hiring from anyone who has criminal records, no matter what kind of crime they have maybe committed in the past, no matter how long it has been since that crime has happened. And so that is how you are being discriminatory towards some of these people. As right now, you don't have a policy to put in place to really actually assess these people who are in difficult times. And so the benefits of this recommendation is that you will, of course, have that larger hiring pool to find more qualified candidates, and you will have less discriminatory policies as you will have more of a diverse workplace and be able to recruit more diverse and different kinds of people. And of course, you'll be able to have a greater reputation amongst those that we will later talk about in the 16 to 24 who care about your social image and who you are as a company. And so to go in, first of all, why FCH? So if we look at what SCH does, they have policies, best practices, and training to fairly assess those candidates with criminal records. And this is to help free those stereotypes and misconceptions that people might have against those who have criminal records. On the other hand, there is the EFS non-for-profit, which is helping women before, during, and after incarceration. And as I said before, though you have 50% of women in your entry-level positions, we see that you already have a lot of women. We need to expand it more than just gender and also their background. And so in your objective is to create less of that discriminatory recruitment, training, and workplace environment. And so that is why we say FCH will better match your long-term goals and help you achieve that long-term goal and support those in need. And so if we go into a little bit more of how this recommendation looks, the communication part will start off with a discrimination training for your current employees to help them get rid of those maybe biases or misconceptions that they have against those with criminal records. And so after the end of that training session, you will announce those changes in the policy and how you will be accepting those with criminal records depending after their assessment. And so after that, you'll conduct their hiring, and of course, not all of them would have criminal records. Some of them are maybe clean, some of them might have something happen to them in the past, but of course, all criminal records will be confidential so that no one coming in and no one currently will know of these backgrounds. And of course, once they are hired, you'll be helping them and supporting them through their reintegration in the workplace. And so if we go on to the implementation, first of all, you want to let your HR department know about your new policies and training them on these FCH best practices, and then scheduling the training session. And then in the execute stage, we'll be conducting that training program, informing your current employees of these new policies, and opening up that recruitment pool. And then to monitor this, we'll have the number of employees who are going to be trained, and also the number of applicants who will then be recruited after you open up your recruitment pool. So this timeline So the training and the discrimination training will be happening in that first year. As we do now, you're introducing these new best practices. So it will take some time for everyone to be adapting to that. And your opening the recruitment will happen towards the end of the year and will go on in the long term. And also the monitoring will happen during that discrimination training just to see how everyone, your employees are reacting to it, and also how the recruitment process is going from there.
Now, after you're finished checking your foundation and getting a better understanding of your business internally, we want to help you build that structure and accommodate for your urgent staffing needs. With this, we want to help you do this by partnering with local educational institutions and also finding opportunities online to market yourself as one of the best employers in the area. So the objective of this is to help sustainably expand your workforce, and we're going to do this by targeting specifically those 16 to 27-year-olds through your local educational institutions that are near your hotels. The rationale for this is that individuals, especially in your 16 to 26-year-old target audience, is looking for those career opportunities to grow and feel more fulfillment within this progress. As well, these young adults are only being exposed to your brand and your company through word of mouth or through company websites. So by partnering with these local educational institutions, as well as having online marketing exposure, we can help you not only accommodate that immediate staffing demand, but also create a sustainable talent pipeline and reduce your turnover as of late. Now, to be able to better understand how this recommendation is going to help you build that talent pipeline, first I want to introduce you to Curious Chelsea. She's a second year looking to explore her opportunities in marketing and communicating with other people all around the world. But she doesn't have very many avenues to do that. And she struggles to find that interesting, challenging work and opportunity to talk to those people. Now, what Prairie Nights can offer for Curious Chelsea to be able to open those opportunities is to not only be able to interact with a diverse set of individuals of different backgrounds and with your guests from all over the world, but you can also help her find job security and pay for her tuition and invest in her in the long run. Finally, you can help her find opportunities to explore her own passions and potentially convert her into a full-time employee. By targeting individuals like Curious Chelsea, you can have this new avenue of recruitment that is both sustainable for you as well as fulfills both you and your potential candidates. Now, to be able to market to young individuals like Curious Chelsea, we want to take a look at 3 different opportunities for you. First, online job postings, digital ads, and in-person boothing, all so that you can leverage those local educational institutions and be able to expose yourself to as many young adults like Curious Chelsea who are looking for those opportunities. In terms of how the implementation for this is going to look like, the biggest part of this is going to be able to develop how exactly you want to stand out for these young adults. Next, you're going to be able to hire a marketing associate to be able to do this and include group interviews with that audience to better understand what they're looking for in an employer. Finally, to monitor this, we want to take a look at not only the positive responses through those interviews, but also your online click-through rate from that digital ad to your company websites, to your job postings, and finally, the percentage of successful candidates.
As Kerry and Isabel has already explained to you some recommendations on how you can expand your recruitment pool, let me take you through the recommendation on how to keep them. Now, our third recommendation is creating a development program. As I already mentioned in my analysis, especially the 16 to 24-year-old group, does not want to stay long-term with us because they lack career development opportunities. Therefore, we present to you our STAR program, which is through a rotational program, which I will explain you in a minute with all the components of it, will help you keep these individuals for a longer time and retain them. We know that this is a little out of box recommendation for hospitality industry, as rotation and training programs for individuals who are not in the hospitality industry may not seem as attractive. But trust me, let me take you through the recommendation. In terms of the rationale, as I already said, these workers want to find something attractive in the hospitality industry to stay on, and something attractive in you to keep on continuing with you. The benefits that you will have is you will have less employee frustration and higher team dynamics, because managers are getting frustrated as teams are changing so quickly. You will have less recruitment cost, you will have less turnover cost, and you will have a higher employee retention rate. In terms of how this would look, this has 5 main components which rotates around. That includes training, mentorship, rotation, personal project, and promotion opportunity. All the 4 components are a little self-explanatory. That's why I'll focus on the 4th component, that is a personal project. Since this program focuses on 16 to 24-year-old, they're always looking for opportunities on how to expand their knowledge, on how to build their skills, not necessarily from a hospitality background. So we will offer these individuals to actually have a project where they will think about an efficient program that they would like to implement in the system. It can be anything. If a particular individual is in the accounting side or the corporate side, they can think of good systems. If somebody is in the F&B side, maybe they can think of a more effective way to keep the people to continue coming to the F&B. In terms of some program details on for whom, how, when, who is involved, as I said, it is for 16 to 24-year-old. For current and prospective employees, it would be done on a rotation basis, but the rotation would be limited to a certain department so that there is no infiltration of skills. When will be a 1-year-long program, we'll start an off-season so that we can train through them for the season. Who is involved? HR team, department managers and supervisors, and program alumni when this program becomes a little old. In terms of implementation, we will do the executive buy-in, manager training, because we understand managers and supervisors need that training to deal with their employees. In terms of execution, rolling out the program, communicating it to your current and potential employees, and monitoring some of the KPIs is program interest, number of applications received through this, and turnover rate. In terms of risks and mitigations, we do not know if employees will feel wary about the new policy, and therefore we want to open an FAQ and hotline for them. We will definitely talk about more risks and mitigations in our Q&A, and we would also like to open the subject for financials.
By checking your foundation, building your structure, as well as making your company home, we hope to be able to help you expand your workforce, as well as create that long-term retention and make you and your employees that shining star in the prairie night sky. Thank you, and we are now opening the floor to questions.
Is 19 years old, boys and girls.
I have a question. There was one slide, and where you identified people with criminal record checks and students that we were going to focus on. And on the one column, it indicated that people with criminal record checks, thank you, this one, may not have existing skills. Can you share a little bit about your assessment around that? What's behind that assessment?
Definitely. So people with criminalized the reason why we have said we have put across in the existing skills for people with criminalized records, I would say this particular cross represents a more on the corporate side of hospitality. So for example, things like accounting or things like being a part of the reception, which are the 2 job openings which are open for you right now. Those skills which require a certain type of soft and hard skill may not be present in people with criminal background checks if they have been sentenced or if they have gone through a rehabilitation procedure. But again, we do understand that this might not be the case for everybody, but in comparison of the other groups, these groups tend to have a lower skill level.
So there's two groups that we're recruiting. So one is the criminal record, those with the criminal records. This one is the one that will be opening in that fourth quarter. And for the recruitment which is the second implementation, if we can go to that one, this one will also happen towards the half of the year. But the process for this will be a group interview in which it will be ongoing to get to your 130 employees that you are needing. So by the end of the second year, you will be having 130 employees. Every 3 months or so, whenever you have enough applicants, you can host a group interview session, and that is how you can reach your goal and also get that some employees also in the short term as well. And because of that group interview, you would need about 10 or so HR personnel.
And just to follow up on that, help get me to how we got to 10 HR professionals for an organization of 330 employees.
I can take that question. One thing that I would like to highlight is that those 10 HR professionals, even though we would be hiring them on a full-time basis, they would be contract workers. We are not hiring them on a definitive payroll in our system. The reason why we have 10 professionals, because we understand your urgency and we understand that you need to roll out all the programs as soon as possible. Our first two, even though those are recruitment, the last one is retention. So we want to divide the HR professionals across recommendations so that they can all run out together and you can achieve your result quickly. So just to give you a quick number for HR professionals, how the split is, we would take 4 of them for the retention program because that requires a lot of logistics, a lot of coordination, and we would require approximately 2 or 3 for the first expansion pool, that is the criminalized record check, because we are partnering with an NPO. So we want somebody who would represent our organization, and the remaining employees would be working with universities to partner with them. Again, to emphasize, we want to roll out everything together, so we are going to hire people on a contract time basis.
In terms of removing the criminal record checks, would you do that at all the properties at once?
Yeah, that's a really great question. In order to ensure success for your company, it would be best to test it at one of your locations, and then if that trial run is successful, you'll be able to slowly implement it into your other ones as a standardized procedure.
I see that you have additional support materials of $80,000. I'm wondering if any part of your budget includes external marketing like promotions.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and this is the main reason why we wanted to hire a marketing associate to be able to help us not only create your brand image, but better understand which type of platforms and exactly how you would like to roll out your marketing campaign.
Was that the $80,000 support?
The additional support material is because these particular costs essentially only includes the personnel cost. We are assuming that there would be a lot of other things like development, training, and other materials and other sourcing that we would require. So that includes the support material. Even though this cost is a little, it can go a little up, it can go a little down, but a ballpark, a conservative number is 80,000.
So that concludes our Q&A section.
Go back to the contract please. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you guys, have a good day. You too.
And so, yeah, so yesterday we didn't have. Yeah.
Abington.
Okay, you're on it, because we noticed in the other room, you're like,
Okay, so there's a schedule, so you should take a picture of the schedule that's on the wall outside. Yeah, and so you can see in here, so you're in room HRE, so this is ESB 1112, so this is the breakdown of what it is. So you're gonna have one more presentation. Oh, sorry, no, I'm a liar. No, you're right. Yeah, so they have a break right now until. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, okay, so the door's open for the viewers to come back in here at 10:05. So you basically have a break now until 10:05. So if you wanna go run downstairs and grab some snacks, whatever you need to do. I would probably recommend like you coming back here though, like 10 o'clock-ish kind of thing, to just deal with, hey, if the runner brings like
Yeah.
and all that jazz. And then we're good. I think just for timekeeping, I was getting some messages. One, just ensure you guys, do not close that door.
Okay.
Until 2 minutes. Until 2 minutes before, yeah, because I came up here to
Okay.
help with something and it was 9:16 and the door was closed. Yeah, I'm just giving them heads up. So yeah, just make sure that the door is not closed until 2 minutes before start. So I came up here at 9:16. It can't close till 9:18, yeah. And then.
Alright,
Good. Okay, well.
Yeah, it was good. I know we both smelled at the same time, but. Yeah. That's so good. Okay, perfect. You guys are having a break right now? Yeah.
I don't know why it was.
Okay. So you're still not considering some coffee before
I didn't get the specifics, just saying that someone.
How are they going?
No, but that's okay, because like, you can like, that's what we did yesterday, we just said hold on.
Yesterday, they said that.
They did say that today? Oh, okay, so then.
But it's okay, but I guess that's.
Well.
What do you,
Nisha.
what do you put on your report, right? Last presentation.
Yeah, as long as you knock, I heard it from outside, like they should know, they know I knocked, that means 30 seconds left. As long as it's time crunch during the presentation, I will knock.
Okay, well, yeah, sure, I'll see you guys.
Yeah.
So if it's not a problem.
I just sent it back with first presentation. I just hold it up for 3 seconds,
Yeah.
like how you said.
Yeah.
And I just kept it down.
Yeah.
And then
Cool.
after
So, yeah,
that,
thank you.
The other person who was here with me,
Yeah.
she asked me to hold it up so that everyone can see me and then I can hear.
Yeah, I.
For like 1 second.
Yeah, that's what.
So this is how.
Okay, well that's weird, is that, yeah, no, that's, shouldn't be that long. Like yesterday, we had not one issue whatsoever. 3 seconds, someone nodded, as long as someone recognized it on the screen. Whoever was
Yeah,
it.
this is being like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Cool, that's good. Yeah, sometimes there's people that are picky and that's, the OC just has to do the task, like, hey, what happened, but I don't know what the issue is. We had no issues yesterday, usually does, so that's fine. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the only thing that I was just kind of keep it open for 2 minutes. Is it, oh, yeah. Sweet. You guys have questions around? All done.
Yes.
Okay, heading out.
She does. Yeah, well, and then she was like, I like to black tent and then looking one over, just like A's. Exactly.
So, guess what? We're just these guys, brothers, and then I make people go and participants, just so you're aware, we're just waiting on 2 judges, so we're a little bit delayed behind schedule. Please just keep conversation kind of minimal amongst yourselves. Thank you.
Everybody settled, good morning, and welcome to JDC West. In our notes of today's presentation, before starting today, the JDC West Organization campus is like to make a loud acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6, and it is a homeland of Métis who pay respect to First Nation and Métis ancestor of this place and who our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates diverse culture and history of the land. And thank you to our judges. We have Matt, we have Sarah, we have Raj, and we have Kara. My name is Celine. I'll be the academic monitor for this presentation. Peers will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have 5 minutes to ask presentation questions. Our academic timekeeper, Selena, will hold up time cue throughout the presentation and question periods. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hand, and our presentation monitor will ask on them to their questions. No question or comments will be permitted from the audience. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned off and silent, and there's no talking amongst yourselves. And this. You start your presentation now.
I found that the best analogy for any firm in any industry is a ship. And more specifically, in the case of Prairie Knights, we can kind of dial it into a fleet of 7 smaller ships. Now, these ships have been through a pretty brutal storm over the past 2 years. And in that storm, they've lost around just over 1/3 of their crew. But that storm is over now. And the demand for the service that you provide is increasing once again, and it looks like it's going to be bigger than ever. So the question becomes, how do you replenish your ranks? How do you get a new crew to be able to handle that demand and the new input that's coming in, while also keeping equity, diversity, and inclusion at the forefront of every decision that you make? Now that sounds like a pretty tall order. Luckily at KBA Consulting, tall orders are what we specialize in. My name is Brody, and these are my colleagues Eliza and Kristen, and I would like to thank you all for being here this morning, and to the panel, I would like to thank you all for giving us your valuable time and insight. Now let's jump right into the overview. So, the main issue that we found in our analysis is how can Prairie Knights replenish its ranks, get more labor working? And some secondary issues here are some discriminatory policies that we found when we analyzed the case. And this kind of is under our larger umbrella of EDI. And we'll be talking about this much more in detail later on in the presentation. Next, there's the lack of career development opportunities at your firm. From your exit surveys, people are saying that they just felt like they weren't going anywhere when they were with your firm. And that was one of the main reasons for people leaving and why people are exiting your firm. Next, we have the pandemic effect on the hospitality industry. It's been huge. No one was going anywhere. There were no events happening, but demand is starting to pick up again. And we really need to consider that with this younger generation who are more focused on having like experiential-based vacations and going places, it's really going to pick up, and you really need to have that staff there to maintain your brand. So we're going to create a new recruitment plan and a new retention plan for your firm to really be able to lock down the staff that you currently have and get more new diverse people into the firm with diverse viewpoints so you can make the best decisions possible. And the impact of this will be to fill vacancies, make sure that EDI is at the forefront of all the decisions that your firm is making, that you have diverse viewpoints to make your decisions, and retain your future employees to ensure the success of the firm. I'll now be passing it on to Kristen.
So we will dig into the analysis. Talking about the Canadian hospitality industry, the current industry of your company, we believe that after the post-pandemic, there is some pros and some cons, and I will talk a few things about that, which will affect the decision of how your company make on the solution of your issue. The first one is the pro. The thing is that there's an increased occupancy rate, and also like an increased daily rate, and also increasing revenue, which shows that there is
like a really huge and large potential financial growth for your company in the future. However, what we believe that your company is facing right now is that your staff did not really return after the pandemic. And also, like there's also great immigrant during the pandemic, since the pandemic affect like everyone, like every country in the world, in immigration. So the key takeaway is this: that with what your company do really good right now, and given that by solving this issue and with what your company doing so right now and the opportunity, every night will gonna grow more if you have enough staff and solving what is the kind of your company actually facing right now. And for the process, hiring practice and also recruitment process, the broad is that your company already have the diversity and equity inclusion, which is really fantastic. And you also have a target of achieving 50% of all the position in your company. And currently, you actually met the goal for all the entry-level positions and on the track of leadership role, and really like fantastic and on the right track for higher success in the future. However, what you currently face is that there's an above average turnover rate for all of the part-time staff, 16 to 24 years old, and those 55 plus. And also, there's two main reasons for the exist for many of the company employees that your company facing right now is that there's a lack of career development opportunity, and also currently there's a discriminating hiring policy at your company right now, and we will talk more about that in a couple of slides. But however, for this process, the key takeaway of it is that we believe that if you improve your current hiring practice right now, definitely your company will become more attractive to future employees, and also will be able to help retain your current workforce right now. Yeah, and as I mentioned, discrimination. Discrimination happening at your company is that they're currently your company not accepting any of their employees with criminal record. And according to a Canadian human right, this is really not right. It's actually prohibit discrimination on the basis of a conviction for an offense for which a pardon has been granted or in respect of which a recourse expenses have been ordered. And we believe that your company actually, the reason why your company make this hiring policy since 2005, I believe, is that there's two examples happening, and the employees has their criminal record at your company, actually like making the same criminal as the same as their criminal record. But the thing is, two employees cannot say the whole thing for the whole population, right? If you continue with this hiring practice, you will eliminate a lot of like and also the potential employees out there for you, and it's really not equal. Like talking about equity is not really equal for them, since like people make mistakes a lot, and it's kind of criminal practice. But happening once doesn't mean that they can happen twice. So if you assume that they're happening once and they cannot happening twice and again for all other employees with criminal record, then that's not right. And we believe that by accepting Primary Night will become the first in protecting discrimination due to the fact that right now in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, there's no actually company have this protection for their criminal record. And we believe that if you accepting employees with criminal record, you will become the first one to leading this segmentation, and which give you this advantage, which is diversity. So we talk about equity already. What is diversity? Diversity, according to University of Toronto, diversity is a measure of representation within a community population that include identify, background, life experience, culture, and many more. So by not accepting criminal record, employee with criminal record, you are really not diversity. And you already have in the diversity equity inclusion in your program, in your company already. You just need to expand it a little bit more. And by accepting criminal record employees, they will give you like a full advantage of become the employers with the right definition of the diversity. Because right now, what your company practice right now is not really going with the right definition of diversity. And also inclusion is a relation of environment where everyone share the sense of belonging, is treated with respect, and is able to fully participate. So it's a community really respect the employees with criminal record and give them a fair chance. The answer right now is not, but it will if you change what you're doing right now. So based on what on analysis, our company had give you 4 main decision criteria that we believe is really important in how you make a decision. The first is equity, diversity, and inclusion, which I talked already. We're planning to increase EDI across the firm and make your company become like the right as possible, and also the first leading in the industry. Also, time managed 2-year time frame, financial consideration will be under 500,000, and also employee satisfaction. We believe that right now at your company there is also a burnout and also improved turnover rate, which I did mention in I mentioned in the process con here. Yeah, so we're gonna solve that for you and improve turnover rate as well. And we have come with 2 alternatives that we believe is the best, 2 alternatives that will solve your issue right now. The first one is limited. Why we call it limited is that we're gonna have the same approach as the alternative 2 expansion. We use the same approach strategy. However, for the alternative 1, we will give what you want. It's active 50% women in the position. Right now, that is what your company wants. However, our company not doing what you really want, because we believe that there's a better choice for that. There's a better way that you can do that. What is we call in expand. Expand is that we're gonna diversify recruiting process with different segmentation, race, gender, ethnicity. If you just focus on women, 50%, how about other people with LGBT? How about other people identities? You didn't mention about that, right? So we're gonna choose this position for you, and we believe that we're gonna best, because this position gonna meet equity, diversity, and inclusion, also meet all other factor of your financial consideration. Why the first alternative limited, we just focus on women for you, and also the employee satisfaction. You're not gonna meet the EDI, like you're gonna really satisfy other people in your company, the LGBT, also identities, you don't really focus on them. So which leads to a low employee satisfaction. Yeah. So the expand, diversify, I only mentioned is our belief is the best strategy that our team believe that your company will solve the issue right now. And now my partner, Alisa, we're gonna talk more in the implementation.
Thank you, Kristen. So here we have an implementation overview of just the phases that we are going to suggest to your company. So we have recruitment, fair chance hiring, retaining employees, and some long-term considerations. So the first phase is recruitment. We suggest that your company partner up with a not-for-profit to give people the opportunities to work for your company. They will help you provide these people with opportunities. They'll help you find these people, such as immigrants, foreign workers, but not just limited to that. We're also suggesting you reach out to people of LGBTQ2S+, as well as people with disabilities. We're really emphasizing that you diversify not just on gender or race, but on multiple aspects. And coming from an immigrant family, I know that people look for jobs, and it's just a matter of finding the right people to fill in those positions. And we believe that there are so many people that are willing to take on the jobs of those such as maintenance, accounting, and just anything that your company is looking for right now. The is applying the fair chance hiring. So we recognize that this opportunity is available for you to use these policies that already exist, and it's just a matter of implementing it into your company. This has already been successful for multiple companies, so we believe that it will be just the same with your company. So the important thing is on how you implement this, and that is through change management. You need to communicate to your employees, because as with any new policy, they need to be aware on how this policy will be implemented and how it will be used further on as they're recruiting new employees. So this fair chance hiring is basically responding to what Kristen had said about the criminal record checks. Your company was asking us to analyze whether or not you should keep the requirement to check for people's criminal record checks, and we believe yes, you can. You can keep the requirement, but
you need to be aware of exactly how you look into these requirements and how you look at it, just so that you're not restricting people from applying to your company just because of a simple criminal record check. And implementing this policy will help with that. And in this phase, it's a long 24 months, but that is considering just monitoring the policy. We recognize the 2 incidents it's very crucial, and it's very important that we prevent that from happening again, as it can affect your reputation. So we believe that you should monitor newly hired employees that do have criminal record checks and ensure that they're going through the right amount of training and that they're doing okay with the job. For the third phase is retaining employees. So we understand that you brought us here to mainly focus on recruitment, but we believe that retaining employees is just as important as recruiting your employees. You can recruit someone and they'll work for you, but what's the point of recruiting someone when you can't retain them? They're just going to leave and it will be an endless cycle. And so part of our implementation plan is to retain your employees. And although it seems as though it is a lot, it's actually pretty simple. It doesn't have to be a big change that your company has to make, but one thing is career development, which is just review your current opportunities. We understand that you already have career development and training for your employees that is available to them, but it's just a matter of making sure that these employees are aware that it's available to them. Simply, sometimes employees might not be aware that there are these opportunities that they can take on to better themselves. And so just make sure that they're aware, and even ask them, consider what they might appreciate, like what goals, what skills they might like to work on. And some examples we just have here is communication, responsibility, leadership development. These are transferable skills. People will work for your company, gain these skills, and it will be attractive to them because people want to work at places where they can take on skills that they can apply and something that just makes them feel better, something so that they feel like they're learning something from the job that they're working at. And also appreciation events. It's very simple. Like, we just have examples here. It could be a pizza party, it could be an employee day out. It can be very simple, but you have to ask your employees what they like and give them options. It's just a way to show appreciation because some of your jobs, such as maintenance or janitors, people who clean after your company, sometimes these people have low value with their job because they don't feel like they're putting in a lot of value to the place that they're working at, and it's important to just show that appreciation, and we believe that this will reduce your turnover, just showing this appreciation, the simple little things. And some long-term considerations is we're suggesting that you consider implementing a buddy system for some employee roles in the future, and this is basically bringing in your senior employees, people who are 55 plus, people who are getting more tired of working and who just want to relax a little bit more. This is an opportunity to retain them a little bit longer for your company while also benefiting from it because you're further enhancing other people's career development through this. And so this is just a quick long-term consideration that we have suggested for your company. And here we have a quick implementation overview of the phases. And as you can see, some phases are overlapping. And I'll now be passing it on to my partner, Brody, to go over financials and risk mitigation.
Thank you, Eliza. All right, so now we get into the financial segment. So we're going to be using a budget of $300,000, which may seem a bit steep for a hotel who only has 7 locations. But we believe that money isn't necessarily the problem for you guys right now. It's your human capital. And that this investment will, in the long term, allow you to capitalize on this new demand. And it'll pay itself off who knows how much. And now we get on to some risks and mitigations. So what if we're just unable to fill the vacancies in the workforce and that unable to keep up with demand? So we're going to offer part-time positions to retired staff and then offer more part-time positions for other people. Because there are some people with time constraints, university students, people who want to work 2 jobs and other things like that. And we really feel like tapping into that job market would help you kind of implement in the interim like a workforce. And then we would have the retired staff there who can kind of teach this new workforce how to operate in your firm. What if we're unable to make the diversity KPIs? We would do targeted recruitment. We're already working with nonprofit organizations to kind of try to get people in the door. But if that's not enough, we're going to go to events, LGBTQ meetings, empower women events, all those sort of things to really just expand the pool of people that you can recruit. And then next is employees are still dissatisfied with their career and like kind of how much they feel like they could develop at your firm. And from there, we're gonna consult on employee feedback. We're gonna do more surveys. We're gonna see what they need. Why exactly do you feel like you're dissatisfied at our firm and that the opportunities that we're giving you aren't enough, or your firm, sorry. And what our strategy brings. So this is mainly to your employees. So employee satisfaction. If all goes to plan, which we believe it will, your employees are gonna be more satisfied with their work. They're gonna feel like they're getting more out of it, that this is a fair trade for them too. Also just EDI. Diverse viewpoints are very important in this day and age. And just really being able to get perspective from everyone when you're making decisions can give you a competitive advantage over other firms. And now we kind of circle back to the end of the presentation. I'm going to go back to the boat analogy. You've filled your crew now, and the demand is increasing. You've patched the holes in your ship, and you're ready to sail forward into the future. And we believe at KBA that the alternatives and that the options that we've given you will not only empower your firm to have a competitive advantage over others and to capitalize on this new market, but also give your employees the best chance that they can in life and make them feel like they are satisfied working for you and that they have good opportunities and that it's a fair trade for them and everyone wins. And that is all for today. We'd like to open the floor for questions. So for the budget, we're kind of just, it's very general with these things. It's hard to tell like how much of each thing you're going to need, like how much for recruitment, how much for like the employee development. We need to get the surveys out there, kind of see what people are looking for, and it's going to depend on that. So this was just a general framework, and we went a little bit over what we thought we need just to make sure that there was wiggle room in there. But we believe that this is a pretty meager investment for the opportunities and the resources that you're giving not only to your firm, but to your employees.
In one of the slides, you commented on our company could be the first to implement this approach for hiring community people with criminal record checks. What is important about that?
What is important
What
about hiring people with criminal record checks?
About being the first.
I can take this. Yeah. Being the first. So we'll go back to diversity. Yeah, so we believe that right now, as what we do analysis, currently like there's no company right now actually there's protection for the employee have criminal record, and we believe that people in life, we should have equal opportunity, equal chance to get a position, despite according to diversity definition from University of Toronto, including identity, backgrounds, and life experience. So people have different life experience, depending on their education, their family background. They might not get a proper education from their family back then. So that's why they make criminal record checks. So will one mistake define a person for the whole of their life? If you don't give them a chance to get a job, like you take an opportunity for them to give another life and try their best to change. So it's really meaningful for like those kind of like individual who like make mistake in their life, lack of education, lack of like have that kind of background to give another chance to become a better person. And you see that give them like that chance, and not just that meaningful to them. You give back to the community. It's humanity, make connection, but also so we help you to become the leading company, the first company that ever make this approach. Because we believe there's no company this, and by becoming leading, you will attract a lot of employees who put human connection, who put humanity, and who put this as their priority. Consider employees have different background, and they definitely we appreciate that your company is the first one to become a really human approach company.
I've got a follow-up question to the criminal record topic. On one of your slides, you talked about we would still have the practice of asking for criminal records if we came back that there's a criminal record that we would monitor. Help me understand how that practice would be considered discriminatory.
Oh, wouldn't be considered discriminatory, sorry?
Help me understand how monitoring newly hired employees with criminal records, monitoring that specific group of employees would not be discriminatory in our practices.
So the way we were looking at it was we had the policies set in place by the American legislation. I believe they passed that in 2009. So we were basing that approach off of like kind of what they were doing. And by monitoring, we're not saying like you're gonna have someone like next to you the whole time. Your firm also like already has like a shadow program where you shadow somebody else's job for the first month that you're at the firm. So we're thinking more along that lines. We're not thinking that we're gonna hire somebody who committed tax fraud back in 2008 and that they're just gonna start stealing towelettes. Like we're not trying to make them feel like they're not human and they're being watched all the time and that this is just like they're being discriminated against. But just making sure like they may not have all the life experiences that other people have gotten. They may not have the ability to have other jobs or educations. And just making sure that they're like acclimatizing and adjusting to this new position is what we're trying to convey with that.
So in terms of the financials and the $300,000 that you're looking to spend, why did you feel that that was the right amount of money to spend on this initiative? And what would you size the opportunity for that investment to be?
It's difficult to say with the information that we were given. The hotel market is pretty fluctuating, and it depends on the locations, the events, sporting things like that. But the 300,000 was just like a general starting point that we had, which we felt like was more than would be required. That was kind of where we got that number. Also, just from the research that we did along the lines of like how much recruiting events cost, how much employee development costs, and things like that. So it's just a starting point. Like with the surveys, and as we develop more information, we'll be able to give you kind of a more in-depth view. And as for like the ROI of this, we can't even, it'll be good. It's gonna be something that,
QJS.
Just knowing that that last team is KZ.
Starting at 10:50 a.m. Eastern Standard and I will start making presentation.
Just a water bottle that was left from the presentation.
thank you to our judges. We have Matt here, we have Raj, and we have Kara. And my name is Sunil, and I'm the academic monitor for this candidate fair presentation. A competitor will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have 5 minutes for question and answers. Our academic timekeeper, Selena, will hold up a time cue throughout the presentation, the question, and the period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hands, and I, presentation monitor, will call on them on their questions. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will escort to leave the room. No question or comments will be permitted from the audience, and make sure your phones are silent. And
You are free to.
The COVID-19 pandemic has posed many problems to businesses throughout. The posing of restrictions to occupancy, who is required to work and who is not, the ultimate masking and choosing to mask or not, has changed the way businesses had to operate for many months. From those problems, let's fast forward to the future. What is that going to look like? How are you going to be able to recruit the people necessary for the workers that ultimately left your organization? How are you going to incentivize staying long-term with the organization? And ultimately, what will be the plan going forward? And that is what we at Fast Forward Consulting are here to discuss for you. But before we go any further, I would just like to take this time to acknowledge that we are currently on Treaty 6 territory. And we pay our respects to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationships with one another. We recognize that we in the course of your studies, we will spend the time learning other traditions as well as the Métis homelands. From this, we have identified the primary problem for you Prairie Knights and how can you address the labor shortage and become a more diverse, inclusive, and equitable workforce. This is ultimately going to be a key factor in how you are going to be able to retain your workers as well as how you're going to be recruiting your workforce going forward. This primary problem, we have identified a current state as Prairie Knights is recovering from the effects of the pandemic in relation to the workforce and is facing a labor shortage. Really, this is being felt all throughout the labor force, not just in the hospitality, but everywhere as well. From this the first problem we have identified is what recruitment avenues can Prairie Knights use? For this, we have implemented a recruitment plan, something that you can use to create a talent pool and how you're going to source people moving forward. Secondly, how should Prairie Knights recruit the people with criminal records? This has been a hot topic internally with your organization. How you have been screening out people with criminal record checks. How can this be changed and how can these people be implemented in your organization and how can they contribute going further? Finally, how can Prairie Knights reach a sustainable level of retention? For this, we've implemented a retention plan. We have noticed through the facts provided that there is people choosing an early retirement. These are people that are critical to your workforce moving forward. How can we retain them, incentivize the long-term employment, and how can we keep operations running fully? From this, through the implementations of our 3 strategies, we have identified a future state as Prairie Knights builds a diverse, inclusive, and equitable workforce and keeps the turnover at a sustainable level. We have used sustainable because ultimately some turnover is good. It brings in new ideas, new thought process of how everything is going on. We do not want to get turnover to a 0 level, but more something that is sustainable for the day-to-day operations. Before moving any further, we have made the ethical problem that we have identified is it ethical to not hire people with minor criminal records? Usually identified you provided is that you've been phasing out employees with a criminal record, merely not hiring because of that. There are certain charges that would be deemed to be a non-hireable charge, but ultimately there are some that would contribute to the business going forward. We have also made a general assumption is that you have kept employer records for internal, how long they've been there, positions they're in, performance, and whatnot. With that being said, I would like to invite my colleague Asba to go over some analysis points as well as the decision criteria we have chosen.
Thank you, Kyle. So, before we move into our recommendation, our strategies for today, we have conducted some overall analysis for you today. The first point is that your entry-level positions, which are your lower-level positions, they are quite diverse, which means that you have that diverse talent pool to promote people and fill up those higher-level management positions and make those diverse and inclusive as well. Our next point up here is that with the pandemic restrictions lifted, Prairie Knights now have become a popular tourist destination. People are now traveling back again, which means your hotel is back in the business. It was back in the business before at the pre-pandemic levels. The impact for that is that now you require higher quality and
Now you require employees who can create that memorable and high quality experience for your guests, to excel at customer service, and who would help your business become more and more profitable going forward. We have also identified that with this influx of guests staying at Prairie Nights, there is a requirement or a necessity for a solid recruitment as well as a retention strategy that would ensure that you have that workforce required to meet all of those requirements and excel at your customer service and stay in the business stay in the business profitability. The negative implications that can arise if these strategies are not implemented on time is that you would be losing your customers, you would be providing bad customer service. So it is very vital for your business to create those recruitment as well as retention strategies on time. So keeping that in mind, we have laid out 3 alternatives for you today. The first one being, you would not be hiring any employee, any candidate who would have any sort of criminal records. Now, is that really equitable? No. Is it feasible for your company? It is. Is it sustainable in long term? Not really. You are not being fair to people. You would not be recognized as an equitable or a fair or an inclusive employer, which would be bad for your company in long term. Now, our second alternative for you today is hiring people from diverse backgrounds at the higher management level, which means that it would be feasible for your company. It would show you as equitable as well. But would it be fair for your employers who are at these entry level positions, who have stayed with your company? Would it be fair for them to just that you just hire externally and not give them any learning or training opportunities and build up their careers with your company? And it would also not be sustainable in long term. Our third strategy, which is creating a strategic long-term recruitment and retention plan through our three strategies, which is creating a sustainable recruitment plan, updating some of your policies, as well as creating a strong retention plan to ensure that you have that workforce that stays for you for a longer time. It satisfies all the 3 criteria. It is feasible, it is equitable for your employees, it would represent your company as a fair, diverse, and inclusive employer, as well as it is sustainable for you in long term. So today we would be recommending our third alternative, which is creating a strategic long-term recruitment and retention plan. With that, I'd like to invite my colleague Megan up here, who would be discussing our strategy number 1, which is recruitment plan.
Thank you, Ms. So our first strategy is the recruitment plan. So what recruitment avenues can your company go down to really expand that talent pool? So first of all, let's start with some analysis. So right now, you've got a labor shortage of about 130 people that need positions that have vacancies in them throughout your 7 locations. This is causing burnout of your current staff. It's really having some harmful effects. And this is also causing turnover within your company. Your current staff are burnt out and tired, and they can't do it any longer. So Prairie Nights needs to focus in on filling those vacancies within the organization is the top priority for this strategy. And so our recommendation is to explore new options to fill those vacancies. First things first, we want to really look at who is your ideal candidate right now. So we're looking at people who have great communication skills, problem-solving skills, experience in customer service, and as well as they're friendly to customers or people coming into your organization and really putting themselves out there. So this is going to open the talent pools to high school and university students, more of looking at the part-time vacancies that can be filled, and then as well as international students who have a study permit. So we think that opening this talent pool up too would really benefit in filling those vacancies, either part-time, full-time, whatever we can make work. We also would like to see an offer to a scholarship or bursary program just to incentivize working at your company, why candidates can move up in their current jobs within the company and also go to school at the same time and know that the company really supports them. And we'd also like to see some benefits offered. You could subsidize daycare, offer counseling, psychotherapy, anything along those lines. These are just some examples that we pulled. And so to execute this, where to find people is this next step. So
We're looking at job fairs, university job fairs, or any type of where you can find candidates, as well as university offices make them aware of that you're looking for international students or just students in general to try and fill the vacancies within your company. We also would like to advertise on social media, LinkedIn, Glassdoor, any really platform that you can really find those candidates that you need. And then at the very end, once you have some candidates, have an orientation training to really get these new people up to speed and understand that what's going on in your company as well as your values. And so to monitor this and evaluate it, we want to fill those vacancies right away with Prairie Nights. And so the cost, about the bursaries, it will take about, you can offer up to $1,500 for 10 students. Anywhere in this range we thought would be quite good to offer for tuition or anything like that. And then this in total could cost about $150,000 depending on the range that you offer. This will take about 4 to 5 months to fill these vacancies. And then for the long-term consideration, we would like to see you continue with these hiring practices throughout for the next year or 2 years. So now I'd like to invite my colleague Asma to talk about the second strategy.
Thank you, Megan. So our second strategy is focused on updating some of your current policies. Right now, you are not really hiring people who have any sort of criminal records, even the people who have some sort of a minor criminal record. And as per our research, it indicates that 4 million people in Canada have some sort of criminal records. The impact of that, you are missing out on a major opportunity. You are letting go of 4 million people for your company who could fill in those labor shortages. As well as you haven't updated your criminal record check policies in the past 18 years since 2005. So it is high time for your organization to update that policy right now and tap into that labor market of people who would have some sort of minor criminal record. So yeah, there is an opportunity to expand your talent pool here. So a recommendation for you today is to hire people who would have some sort of minor criminal record check. Now, we want to clearly indicate that you would be updating your policies and clearly define what the criteria is for the people who would have some sort of a minor criminal record, and and what kind of criminal records you would be excluding. You wouldn't be hiring people who would have created some sort of a major fraud. You would definitely be excluding those candidates. But if somebody has a really minor criminal record, you should be hiring those people. We also are recommending you to create partnerships with organizations who are working towards uplifting these people. They're providing counseling or psychotherapy to these people. They're helping them support to get their lives back on track, so you can build partnerships with those organizations and source candidates from there. So our plan for you is to first undertake your policy review so that you can update your CRC policy. The next step would be to create some research on what the CRC regulations and laws are within all 3 provinces that your hotels are located in. You would also be doing some sort of a research on what sort of organizations are working with these type of people and what programs are they providing to these type of people, and is there a potential for your company to build partnerships with such organizations and source candidates from there. And then finally, as I said earlier, you would be clearly laying out those criteria. How would you be executing this policy? How would you be executing this strategy? First, your HR person would be conducting some updates and will be taking them to the executives to get their approval on any policy updates that you would be making. Next step would be to conduct the meetings with those organizations that you were researching, negotiate a partnership with them, and you would be eventually sourcing candidates that can work for your company. There, we have a recommended organization that you can potentially partner up with, which is located here in Saskatchewan, which is called the Elizabeth Fry Society. Our final step for this plan is to adopt the fair chance hiring framework, which is used in many organizations, and it is an effective model to assess those people who would have some sort of a minor criminal record. Now, it is really important to evaluate a plan to make sure that it is a successful plan and it is working for your organization. So the number of people that you hire who have a minor criminal record would indicate that you are becoming more inclusive, you are becoming an equitable employer. And the number of partnerships that you create with those organizations who are supporting these type of people would also indicate that you are in the direction of becoming more inclusive and more diverse and more equitable employer. And this strategy should take about 6 to 8 months to implement and would cost your organization about $5,000 to $7,000. With that, I would like to invite my colleague Kyle up here.
Thank you, Angela. Now that we've identified the talent pool that we ultimately hiring, how are we going to be able to retain them? The factor behind this is the pandemic has resulted in a mass layoff across the industry, especially in hospitality. This is something seen with hotels, medical care, retail, you name it. The detail behind this has resulted in 2/3 of the industry ultimately either retiring early or choosing a different field to transition into. Impact behind this is create a high demand for these experienced workers to ultimately get the business running to a sustainable level before pandemic, or a pandemic environment, creating that factor to continue to stay with the organization long term. For this, we've recommended to offer a deferred profit sharing plan, a DPSP, as an incentive for experienced workers to stay long term. So how is this ultimate plan going to work out? First of all, we're going to determine which workers are ultimately going to receive this DPSP for year one. This is ultimately going to be tailored to those people who are near retirement, the older, more experienced workers in your organization, incentivizing them to stay and ultimately not to leave to another organization. Secondly, we would like to see you partner with a financial institution. We have identified the potential of Sun Life Financial to administer these services for you. And finally, we're going to want to see them communicate to the employees of the services being offered. What exactly is a DPSP? What is it going to mean for you long term? And how are you going to benefit from this staying in the organization? How is this going to execute it? Well, first we need to consider why a DPSP. The uniqueness of the deferred profit sharing plan is the profits being paid to the employees is not being paid to them in the form of a cash sum. Rather, it's being deposited in an account that is invested, and interest is earned on a cumulative basis. Employees do not have access to this account until they leave the organization in terms of termination or ultimate retirement. Secondly, we're going to look at internal employees' records to determine eligible candidates. Like I mentioned in our assumptions earlier, we have assumed that you have kept records of this, notating experience with your organization, tenure, seniority, typical hours worked in a calendar year. This is ultimately going to be the basis of the selection criteria. An hourly minimum for the year that they need to work in order to be eligible for this moving forward. And finally, after year one, we would like to see this plan extended to other employees, not just the ones that are 55 plus, the other full-time employees in the organization, and potentially these part-time employees. It is a stream for part-time employees to build up long-term incentives to stay with the organization, as well as potentially a short-term bonus. Like I said, they don't have access to this until they leave the organization. They work for you, say maybe 3 years, ultimately then they take the money out. They don't have access while they're currently working. And how is this going to be evaluated? We like to see semi-annual performance reviews, seeing how are they accepting this program, what changes are they being seen in the workplace, and what would they like being done moving forward? Is there more information sessions they would like to see, whatnot? And finally, these last two kind of go pair in pair, the mystery guests and the overall profitability. We would like to see the mystery guests being administered to see how the change to the stay has been made with the implementation of this. Is it memorable? Are you going to want to stay here again and again and again? And are you going to recommend this moving forward? And again, the overall profitability of this. Employees now have a piece of the pie in terms of the success moving forward. They now have a contributing factor of the sum that they are ultimately paid if they are ultimately near retirement or leaving. And it's just a factor to be accepted and want to stay moving long term. Overall time frame we have assessed for this moving forward is around 1 to 2 months. This is mainly in terms of setting it up as well. We would like to see it fully being implemented by the end of year one, ultimately when the first distribution would be distributed or in correlation with your year end. Overall costs of around $15,000 to $20,000. This is mainly tailored towards the legal services required in negotiating terms with Sun Life. How are you going to roll it out in the future, as well as the potential mystery guest stays. Due to the restriction of time, I would like to outline one of the key risks that we have identified moving forward in not securing the partnerships for the services required. Ultimately, we have a way to mitigate that is to do it in-house and seek legal advice where needed. Ultimately, there is some policies that you can get the baseline scratched out and ultimately fine-tune it with professionals who have more experience with the policies surrounding the Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Manitoba legal policies, whatever they have going on in their jurisdictions. Some key performance indicators that we have identified that this is ultimately working and moving forward is we would like to see increased levels of retention of these experienced employees by the end of year 2. You have identified that you would like a 2-year plan moving forward, so ultimately we would like to see this increased by the end of year 2. With that, I would like to open the floor to any potential questions you may have.
15:45 at the 4-minute and 30-second mark, and it's 15 off, so that means no more questions from the judges. We will have 30 seconds to reply. Time will start.
Include hiring any additional HR staff or leadership positions to implement this comprehensive recommendation?
So we believe that your organization is already having a good HR individual who is working towards updating your policies as well as is looking to expand into those diverse talent pools. So at the time, we don't see the need to recruit any external HR help. If you need more help, even our consulting firm would be happy to help you with any of your HR needs.
What thought went into the schedule behind the performance reviews being semi-annual?
The semi-annual is mainly in terms of having it at least 2 times a year, just mainly before or in the middle as how it's being started from start to middle, as well as from middle to end, how has the changes being talked about in the beginning, has it been done after the first review, and what is it accumulated in the final performance at the end of the year.
Curious about strategy number 3, the DPSP, the cost of 15 to 20,000. Is that for implementation, or is that the budget that you receive for this program?
No, the 15 to 20,000 was merely associated with the potential legal fees of fine-tuning the final terms of what it'll look like. Contracting out a law firm with experienced professionals with dealing with this, and just the litigation behind it was mainly the $15,000 to $20,000 potential cost.
Just piggyback on one of the other questions about the RSP off the performance reviews. You were presenting it in a section where you're talking about RSP contributions. Are those connected in any way?
It wasn't an RSP, it was a DPSP. DPSP would mainly be determined by seniority and ultimately years of service as they stay with the organization a little bit further. Ultimately, they will be a bigger piece of the pot that they are being offered. Whatever the profits being able to be distributed, they would receive a little bit more than the people who are newer to the organization.
Thanks. I'm curious, are there other hotels, other companies in our industry that are following this approach? Is this a best practice? What's your view?
Right now, we're seeing a couple of hotels in the industry doing this as well, and it seems to be a great practice for them so far. So we would like to implement it with this. Thank you.
Address the burnout within our leadership and supervisory positions.
So it would be eventually taken care of because you are recruiting those entry-level positions and you are building that pool from which you would be able to promote to higher levels, as well as you can implement a job shadowing program that we can discuss at a later time that would take off some workload from your higher level management.
Through your ethical situation at the start of our session here, you identified some charges, or you spoke to there's some charges that are non-hireable. Speak a little bit more about what those would look like, what some of the examples you might have for us.
So one of the big ones we looked at, since you're looking for accounting positions right now, is probably large fraud. And right now, it wouldn't be super good for the company right now if we hired someone who had fraud charges against them for a large amount. We just see that if you're hiring for a specific accounting position, that's one of the ones we would like to stay away from. Thank you.
So right now there are some policies in place within within Manitoba, but not in Saskatchewan and Alberta. But you can be the initiator of something that would help you build a great reputation as a diverse and an inclusive employer.
All it is just like you do your moderator speech, then it's just a time keeper. It's not like they're doing things at the same time. It might just be like 1 or 2 minutes. I'll read my text and see what's gonna happen. But I will, yeah, I'll keep you in the loop. I'm going to mute this quickly.
And will I get this?
Yeah, you can put it there, and then it's. Yeah. So basically, yeah. The last, the people who just presented here, just say. Yeah, and just so you're aware too, like, don't pull it out while you're in the room. Stuff like this. Like, you know what I mean? We just want to be careful with what's in here. So even when you're, I say like when you're putting cards down, don't let it basically just put this way to the side, that way they can't see what's in there. Just to avoid bias as best as possible. And then also, yeah.
And then we have the USB put back in here.
Yeah, correct. So you'll take the old one out. Going, well, you can do either or, right? Like you can do USB out first, probably the other person stuff, then pop the USB in, or give them their stuff, come back in, deal with that, and then go back to the moderator. Yeah. Sweet, no problem. I will start letting the spectators in. Yeah.
We can come in.
traditional homeland and Métis, of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nation and Métis ancestors of this place and our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a tradition that celebrates the diverse culture and history of this land. And thank you to our judges. We have Matt, we have Carla, we have Raj, and we have Kara. My name is Smeen. I'll be the academic monitor for the presentation. The competitors will have maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total 5 minutes to ask questions. Our academic timekeeper, Selena, will hold up a time cue throughout the presentation and question periods. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hand, and our presentation monitor will follow them to ask their questions. When the question periods have concluded, the delegates will escort you to leave the room. No question or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones and turn to silence and there's no talking amongst yourselves.
Problem?
And you can begin your presentation.
So hello everyone. So we're going to talk about, employees who work in hospitality and, who are dedicated to life-serving people. And I'm going to tell you a story about one of my, female relative who I was part of hotels. But unfortunately, she was not able to stay and work there because the hotel she used to work with didn't care about her life a lot. There was a very, work-life balance was not good, and she used to work overtime, and there was a lot of mental stress that she quit it, and now she had to choose a different line, which is nursing, just something she never wanted to do, but she had to choose because work to her. Just like that, Prairie Nights is one of the hotels who faces an issue with retaining employees, and we're going to talk about that. And we, as Kanar Consulting, are going to give you solutions of how we can solve the case with issues that are faced by Prairie Nights. And I'm going to let Kyle, my partner, talk about it.
All right, so just a little bit of background. So Prairie Nights was established in 1996 in Saskatoon. They've expanded to Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Manitoba. They employed 330 employees in 2019 when business was booming. They had around a 75% occupancy at all times year-round, and close to 100% occupancy when it came to concerts and the holiday season. Now, in July 2022, they are down to just 200 employees, leaving close to 130 positions open. So the executive summary. So the key issues that they are facing is that they have a huge labor shortage. Almost 40% of their workforce is missing across their entire chain, and they're looking to have a recruitment roadmap within the next 2 years. So that's what we're going to fill today. Secondary issues, we have recruitment policy changes that need to be made, as well as meeting diversity quotas.
So here's some strategies we thought of. And the first strategy I'm going to talk about is the adjust criminal records check. So when we saw the criminal records check, the policy in the recruitment policy, which was stated that every who has any history or any will not be able to become part of Prairie Nights, which which is against how the human resources. Mandatory check is important. That should not be removed, because you never know, there might be somebody, a serial killer, who might become part of Prairie Nights, and that's what we don't want. But after all, somebody with a petty theft, or an accidental death, the image of Prairie Nights. And just because somebody has committed crime you can't judge their personality just based on what they did and how much small it can be, except serial killers. Also, ensure proper reform steps have been taken, yes. We have to ensure that everybody, even with a criminal record, and even with not a criminal record, everybody has to go through a reform. We need to check their ethical values, where they stand and where they not stand, so we can understand that, they can be the part of Prairie Nights or not. And before, actually, people with criminal records were not allowed to even go to interviews, or maybe if you get to know that we have a record. case or something, you'll not be the part of Prairie Nights, and that has to be changed. And also, Prison Fellowship Canada is one of the NFP. It's a nonprofit organization, which is which helps people who are in prison to get to go to rehabs and become a better person. Because there's a lot of mental stress goes on, like whole like your physical, your emotional stress you get after going to prison is something I don't think anybody will be able to explain. And that is something this organization helps in people in prison to face. And then we were thought that we might, that the Prairie Night should do a deal with the Prison Fellowship Canada and recruit the employees who might have been criminals in past, but they should be given a chance to have a job because after all they're humans and they're the citizens, and even they need a life and a work-life balance that makes them they're emotionally stable. Strategy 2 is seasonal worker. Seasonal period to 4 months. The seasonal period in Prairie Nights is for 1 month, which is pretty short, and you can't the to give them the answer like did you do good, or to have the assessment of how your work did. 4 months you can judge their work, and you might give them the permanent might give them a permanent part-time work. Prairie Nights is facing right now because they only have 200 and they should have at least 100 workers. And to face that, we need to increase the seasonal period to 4 months so we can judge them, we can assess them if they're good, and also we can retain them. Permanent hiring, of course, permanent positions. Prairie Night, as we saw that majority of seasonal workers were not given permanent positions, so that should be started, and permanent positions, internal job applications should be given to already people who are in the part of Prairie Nights. And also we saw one thing that the major reason why people leave Prairie Nights is because they don't get they feel that they're not getting a lot of opportunities and they want to experience more. They don't want to work just as a receptionist. They want to work at the kitchen. They want to do something else, or they're not promoted, or they don't feel like there's a change in their life, and they don't feel like they're gaining something, and they leave Prairie Nights and go to something else and do something else, and that has to be changed. And we thought that if somebody's a part-time worker or working in a different department, should be given jobs, and applications should be applied, should get to apply to different departments too. Student workers. So Prairie Nights wants to focus on the young demographic, and after all, young clothes to go for vacations and to do something else. So student, and he is a student. I also have a job, and many of us here have a job, and Prairie Nights should focus on this and very well. First is by applying and by posting job applications on digital platforms like Indeed, LinkedIn, because that's where major demographic focuses on. And also we brought so there I used to work at a place where they used to do a thing that if you're a student, we'll enroll you in a program called Students Program, and you can work there and you can work hours, limited hours, and you can tell your availability to us. Oh, you're like, I can work only on Saturday, Sunday. Is it fine for you? And this should be done by Prairie Nights, because they'll have employees who will work and who will not ditch them, and also and they will be able to retain them if they will follow the rules set by the students. Hiring job postings within the company, any department, which I already talked about, that every person, it doesn't matter what department you belong to in the hotel, everybody should be allowed to go for and apply to any department they want to. And if they need guidance, they should be given a guidance by the mentors who are already working there with the experience to gain the knowledge and work better. At least for a month, a manager should be given, should be with the employee who got into the new department, and ask them at least like every day, like after the shift is over, how did it go? Did you face any issues? It's better. Work relations get better. You're more free to talk about what issues you're facing, and then it becomes better. So that's how the policy by managers should follow. Strategy 5 is retaining and recruiting 55 plus older people. So in this hotel, people take early retirement, and that is something has to be changed because people with experience are very important for any business wherever you go. But they leave it because it becomes stressful. They can't work. There's a lot of load, and they can't work, and they would. People who are like old should get flexible hours, like a part-time worker, 20 to 25 hours. Should have majority entry-level work, like laundry or something like which doesn't have a lot of load that they might get stressed or they might, fall or something. It could be like room service, or it could be just taking a call. If their ears are not damaged, they can hear, so they can take calls, and they can and they can work without getting any injury. And they should. Yeah, that's it. Timeline and implementation. So we did a timeline of implementation of all the strategies and how we will enforce them in different phases. The first phase is listing job opportunities. I think it's important for every kind of company to list job opportunities everywhere, Indeed, LinkedIn, or in internal job postings everywhere on the website, and that's important to do. We just thought it should be mentioned. So change in recruitment policy, like change the recruitment policy like students or like criminal records, which is the main point which is the main point of the case that was done by Prairie Knights, was the biggest issue, and reach to NFP Prison Fellowship Canada and seasonal recruitment. 12 months, like after the 6 months, what we want is internal recruitment system, student workers group, which we want so that we can put them in together and help them and gain them work experience, and also we have employment and to have retained employees. And survey number one means that we have a survey and collect the data of how we were able to retain and what was the turnover rate, and it should be that by the second phase, at least 50% of employees should be increased. Like there should be at least 100 employees, which can be done if the policies are applied in the first phase. The third phase will be talked by Kyle.
So just want to emphasize just on the internal recruitment system, it's more for, especially for entry level, it's more to move laterally, because in a lot of the exit interviews at Prairie Knights, there was a problem with feeling like there was no way to rise up in the ranks, or they were in fields that they felt they weren't creative in, or being used to their potential, or in areas that they felt that were necessary. So we believe with these internal listings at Prairie Knights, we keep them within our system, but also fill other positions that we felt were needing to be filled. And we also would have people that have knowledge of the company itself. So for the third phase, this would be around the 12 to 18 month range. We would be implementing the recruiting and retaining of the 55 plus employees. And with this second survey, we'd be making sure that looking into the results of the lateral movement, seeing if our turnover rate had increased or decreased based off the actions that we took before. And we would also look into a child care survey to accommodate all of our employees that have children that are of school age and would need care. So we would, in this survey, we would list things asking them, is your child of school age? How many children do you have? Are they attending a daycare? And depending on the location, we would gauge if it's necessary to implement maybe a child care system into the location, or maybe we would work with a child care system nearby to And so fourth phase, so we would implement our final survey to see how our numbers had changed from early 2022 to at this time it would be start of 2025, and see how our turnover rate had been affected and if we still maintained our goals. And then, and if necessary, we would start building those schools or relocating children to daycares that would be accommodated by us. So for the KPIs, at least 50% increase in employees at the end of the second phase. So we want to get at least half of those 130 done by at least the second phase. And if not, we would readjust, maybe accelerate the plan just a little bit, implement the 55+ program quicker, or even the student program. And then for the second part.
Turnover rate is 6% at the end of 2-year roadmap. Currently, the 1 year's turnover rate is 13 to 14%, and by the second year, we wanted to reduce to at least 6%, and it should be achieved. Because and I believe it would be achieved, but if not, then we would have to implement these policies which really enforce on like third or fourth phase. We'll do that in second. Conclusion is that, thank you. Questions? The budget is actually, it's a good question, but the thing is, there was not a lot of numbers that were given prior to us, that how much finances they go through, what is their budget, what is their revenues, how much they face, and there was nothing mentioned like that. So we were not able to find the assumption of like how much it cost will be done, but we were able to see. We don't have the exact number for childcare service because that might be costly, but we don't have the exact number for that. But we can say it costly for at least like at the first implementation, but it would be like for how much we checked was like for $300 or $300,000 for at least like 3 months, 3-4 months, and later we were not. But it might increase or decrease. But it started would be expensive, but by later on, by after 2 years, the expenses would reduce.
What are the drawbacks of flex scheduling, and how would you mitigate those?
Flex schedules for whom? Like for 55-year-old or?
In all instances.
For students, I think there's the drawback could be that they might if you want them to work overtime, they will not be free to work, and which of course it can be done, but and also for 55-year-old people, it could be that they can't work on Thursday, or I can work only on Thursday, on Monday, or you want me to work for like 9-10 hours, it might be difficult. So these are the drawbacks, which of course are, but I don't think they overweigh the pros of those, because we need young people, because they're very energetic and determined to work and to do anything, and they can better than old people. And even if something happens, mentally they're more prepared, physically of course, and for 55-year-old people, they have experience. And if something happens, they know how to deal with people, because they know how to be in service, in the customer service more than the young. So I think there are drawbacks, but not more than the pros.
Curious your recommendation around connecting with people in that 55+ range that might be potential candidates.
Can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Sure. I'm curious about your approach and your recommendation for us to be able to connect with candidates who are 55+.
Oh, there are many 55-year-olds who want to work, because options are everywhere, because they're appointed, and there's one thing we can do, like there's old age home we can apply, because I can tell you about my grandmother. She's in her 60s, but she still works, and I believe people who want to work, so we just have to reach these old age homes, the advertisements that we could be given, which could be, which could be easily surveyed, which easily go to the old age people, like who are old people, and that's something I don't really go for, like what marketing we have to do for that, but it could be done pretty easily, and there are many people who do want to work. Yes?
Why did you decide to focus on seasonal workers and increasing that period from 1 to 4 months?
So we decided to increase the seasonal period just because Prairie Knights had previously said that the 1 month period, that usually they would let them go after the seasonal period. We believe that the experience that they earn in the 1 month and working in the environment for just a little longer will entice them to try to apply for more internal positions, such as part-time or even full-time positions, just seeing the benefits of Prairie Knights.
Yeah, so in our situation, we have one HR person in Liza that leads for this organization, and with your recommendation, you've got 5 different strategies. Is that realistic with one person leading the process, or are other resources needed?
Why there's one person in HR, but there will be two, right? Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, with your strategy, number of strategies in one person, is that the right number of resources needed, or are different resources needed to achieve all 5 strategies?
I think we do need more resources for those.
What would that look like?
So that's the question that I really didn't think. I'd like to get back to on that.
That concludes the question and answer period. Thank you very much. Room first, please.
I can have from the ball.
There is absolutely no input on the mic whatsoever. Mic input line is fine, the mic is fine itself, and it is actually on.
Yeah.
So there's no.
Maybe something
so
wrong
that
here?
Really, actually.
Oh, so
How did that get in there?
I don't think it would be.
Yeah, thanks for fixing it. Go IT.
we do what we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just try to, like, because I'm guessing we'll be meeting again, we'll just try to, because it's so close, like other rooms, we have it set up so we can unmute it from the back when you're sitting
You
there.
guys
This
can-
one,
Oh, this one you can.
this one you can't, so we really have to make sure that we're unmuting it at the start.
Could someone bring us a stick? As like just a reminder, that would be great.
Can I get the USB?
I'm gonna start letting people in while you're doing that. Spectators for HR, starting at 120. Please do not tell me verbally what school you're from, just point to it and we'll get you filed in because the judges can hear whatever you say. Same school? Perfect, okay, I'll count numbers as you walk in. I can imagine.
Yeah, we were gonna shotgun them, and we realized we couldn't do it. So we just like killed. Also, I was.
I'll give you the clicker right after what I'm JDC West 2013 Human Resources Case Presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West organization community would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 and the traditional homeland of Métis. We pay our respect to First Nation and Métis ancestors of this place and refer our relationship with one another. We pride ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse culture and the history of this land. And thank you to our judges. We have Nat, Kara, we have Raj, and Karen. And my name is Sunny, and I'll be the academic monitor for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, minutes to ask presentation questions. Our academic timekeeper, Selena, will hold over time cues throughout the presentation of the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hand. I, the presentation monitor, will ask on them to ask their questions. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent, and there is no talking amongst yourself or singing to the competitors through the presentation.
Thank you.
No problem. And you may start your presentation.
Give me a second. It's the first time using one of these. I'd just like to test it out real quick to see how it works. There we go. So, hello everyone. A question for you. Has there ever been a time when you chose to particularly leave an employer and go to another? Perhaps, what caused you to make that decision? Is there something that the other employer provided to you that, aside monetary compensation, that made you want to leave? Is there something your new employer provided that the old one did not provide? And we are very happy that you brought us this case because it was very interesting to us, and I'll tell you the reasons why. Who are we? Well, you will take a one glance at us and you can tell immediately that we are a very diverse group of people. But then perhaps that is not why immediately, our skin color perhaps is not immediately why you choose to call us diverse. We are diverse because of the ideas we bring to the table. I enjoy talking, as you may already have noticed. Jason takes calculus for fun, and Michael over there is good at the technicalities of everything. We all bring different things to the table, and this is what makes us special.
This is why we are such a great consultancy group, and I'm sure this is why you chose to speak with us. But then who are you? You are an hotel that was established in the late 90s. You have spread all over Alberta, you spread all over Saskatchewan, and you keep growing. But then over the past 2 years, you've encountered a challenge. Somehow, you are unable to keep up with your employment. Some of your employees are leaving, and no one is coming to replace them. But then you have chosen to do something special that nobody else is particularly doing right now. You have chosen to employ people only with the purposes of equity, diversity and inclusion in mind. And remember I mentioned we are a group that represents this, and this is special in date to us. You can look at this in two ways. Over time, like over the past 2 years, you've lost about 130 employees you're looking to replace. You can look at this as a disaster that is waiting to happen, or you can look at it on the other hand as an opportunity. Whereas a consultancy group, we like to consider it later. This is an opportunity because you have the chance to rebuild your company, you have the chance to change your narrative, and you have the chance to work on your brand employment. Now, over time, like over the next 20, 18 minutes-ish, we will tell you exactly the process we have recommended for you to go about doing this. And to do this, I'll pass it to my colleague Michael and ask him to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gilbert. To start off with our problem identification, our group has been working hard over the past couple of days to identify the problem challenges that have been faced through COVID-19 and over the past couple of years within your corporation. As you can see up on the board, the primary problem identification consists of a labor shortage within your company. Over 2019, you had 330 employees. Through the course of 4 years and after COVID-19, you lost a whopping 130 employees, now down to 200. This is also due to the 300,000 foreign worker loss due to COVID-19 and immigration problems involved. Taking a leap to the secondary problem identification, we've noticed that there's a lack of professional development within this corporation and a lack of opportunities. There's little advancement for people coming from foreign households and foreign countries to advance and seek professional development within this corporation. And there's a lack of senior management, which unfortunately relays down to the customer experience and customer satisfaction standpoint of Prairie Hotels. Moving on to our key objectives as YGM Consulting, we want to encourage and increase the EDI in this workforce. As Gilbert had already reiterated, we are diverse and this is something that we'd like to relay onto your company. We would also like to maintain and increase the customer satisfaction and loyalty, as that is a key promoter for your company with a 75.5% occupancy rate over the past couple of years. We would also like to find alternative recruitment areas in places like the rehabilitation centers after convicted felons. Now moving on for our business analysis, we're using the 5C methods. This includes the collaborators, the company, the climate, the competitors, and the customers. To start off with the company, a little bit of background. Your company has 7 locations located across Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. As reiterated, you started off with 330 employees in 2019, and unfortunately due to COVID, you lost about a third of that. You're in need of new employees, and the growth over 27 years has showed your persistence and your willingness to learn. You're currently exclusive to certain groups through the mandatory expulsion of convicted felons. Now moving on to the collaborators. Evidently, there are very little current collaborators and there is a narrow hiring demographic with convicted felons and 50-year-old population amongst the 18 and 24-year-old population. Our consulting firm has advised for future collaborations. Now moving on to the climate. COVID-19 and restrictions have posed a serious problem for your corporation. Immigration backlog due to the pandemic has resulted in a loss of 300,000 potential hands. And the criminal record, as of now within your policy, stands as an immediate turndown or an expulsion. When looking at the decrease in labor skill due to COVID-19 and your foreign recruitments, this is also something that is relayed to a decrease and dissatisfaction within your customer service area. Now moving on to your customers. As of now, you have a 75.5% occupancy rate in 2022. This is very positive and a 0.3% improvement from 2019, When looking at the advancement through COVID-19, this is very positive for your corporation. And the demographic usually consists of Canadian tourists, sports fans, holiday visitors, and basically everybody. Last but not least, when you're looking at your competitors, obviously there are many hotels located across Canada and these provinces. There are also alternative industries that are taking your employment, such as the medical field and the finance industry. We have seen a 14.2% decrease in employment in the accommodation services, which has taken a hit to the opportunities allowed for the Prairie Knights Hotel Corporation. And professional opportunities and retirement programs are something that are being missed here. This is a great captive market. Following the analysis, these are our takeaways, looking at our pros and cons and what we've gathered from this information. When looking at the pros, there's obviously a steady increase in your hotel occupation, which is very positive. There's also affordable services. This means that many Canadians are able to stay within this corporation. And we are rebuilding from COVID-19. This shows persistence and adaptability. When looking at the cons, there's obviously a lack of employees. You've narrowed your search to a very distinct demographic, and you're also in need of certain employees. There's also exclusive hiring programs and emerging industries which are taking opportunity away at hand. Following this analysis, we have provided 3 alternatives for your company. The first one would be to employ workers from diverse backgrounds and unsaturated areas. This will provide the opportunity to hire from areas that are obviously unsaturated and untouched, which allows for many different opportunities to be taken at hand. When looking at the second, you're introducing retirement programs and pension plans. This is very beneficial and a key factor for bringing in the older population who is looking at retiring in their near future. This adds incentive and incentivizes them to stay with your corporation until their retirement day. Last but not least, when we're looking at the professional development and the advancement opportunities within your corporation, this is seen to be something that's been missed, and we would like to add that for further incentives for lower end job opportunities and for the ability to advance with experience. Now passing it off to my colleague Yazin. This is the decision matrix, and this provides rationale to which alternative we have taken at hand.
Thank you, Michael. So in terms of our alternative solutions, we think that the best solution is to look for different recruitment areas and target all the different positions that no one else targets. This includes the individuals with criminal records, international workers, and younger and older people to diversify the age within the company. The feasibility costs and labor costs and innovativeness in this plan, it works best out of all 3 of our solutions. To satisfy the goal by 2025 to have a workforce of at least 50% women, and this includes leadership roles, which we have been lacking in recently, we will take initiative by hiring more international workers and partnering up with nonprofit organizations such as the Elizabeth Fry Society, who helps individuals with criminal records rehabilitate and bring them back into society. So the first goal is, as you see here, is the criminalized people. It is unfair to have a specific group of people targeted and not allowed to work. And we feel like we can use this opportunity because there's 4 million people with criminal records that we can take advantage of this market and hopefully rehabilitate them and bring them back into the labor force. We understand that in Prairie Knights we have had issues with people of a criminal history before in terms of the management role and physical assault, which is why we are not ignoring the situation and helping these people by putting them into rehabilitation programs and slowly bringing them as part of the team by starting them off with part-time jobs and then over time bringing them into full-time roles and then hopefully in the future offer them a partnership role if possible. some organizations that we would like to team up with who are known for these kinds of issues is the Elizabeth Fry Society, as mentioned earlier, and the Fair Chances Hiring and Prison Justice Society. All these nonprofit organizations help people with a criminal background volunteer and, you know, re-engage and get back into touch with society, and hopefully this can help out before they start working again at Prairie Nights. Another thing we'd like to touch on is international workers. We can take advantage of the fact that COVID-19 is now becoming less problematic as before, and because recently in 2019 we lost 300,000 immigrants in Canada, so we weren't able to add as many international workers as before. However, now that the regulations are decreasing and it's becoming easier to come back into Canada, we want to take advantage of this to incorporate more international workers. And finally, age diversity. We understand that in Prairie Nights we are lacking more professional, more experienced, and older people in the company. Younger people tend to look up to older people, and for obvious reasons, because they are more experienced, and because we don't have as well, pension plans and retirement benefits. That is why we cannot hold on to the older generation, which is why we want to introduce such projects so we can bring in more of the older generation and have a stronger leadership role so the company can prosper. And in terms of young professionals, we feel like this is a much easier approach. We can target people in high school and university. Young people are always looking for experience to advance their profiles and gain the experience necessary in the future. So we can take advantage of this and present more opportunities to them to hire more. And now to talk about implementation, I'll pass it back on to Gilbert.
And I'm back again, and I like talking, so I would continue some more. We want to implement this, and we've chosen to go about this in two phases. The first phase is connecting with the organizations that provide the wide range of programming. So before we get into hiring these people, we have very lofty goals, we have high ideals, we want everybody, we want to bring the diversity and everything together. But before we even get to that, first off, we have to have programs. We don't want these people to be in here and begin to have issues. So first, we want to set up the building blocks, sort of the programs that will bring them in, and everybody can fit in and become a team that works well together. And the phase two, well, we begin hiring. The phase one is to bring in organizations that support individuals that have been criminalized, such as the Elizabeth Fry organization. By the way, I know I have an accent and I talk too fast sometimes, so just raise your hand if you want me to slow down. I would not mind. So there are organizations that already support these people, individuals that are criminalized, and they want to return back into the organization. But then we place a priority on individuals that have been criminalized. We've seen that these people have a 14% lower turnover rate than any other demographic. And above and beyond that, by common sense and even by further research studies, people that previously have been behind bars and are now given a second chance, so to say, at life, they are more likely to take the positions they are given out seriously and understand that they have a chance to make everything right again because of a single mistake they made earlier in life, and they don't take these opportunities lightly. The second phase is to engage with organizations offering professional development opportunities. I am young. I have a long life ahead of me. I want to grow. When I work for somebody, I want to feel appreciated. I want to feel like they're making my life better in a way. And I'm more likely to stay with you as a company if I feel you're making my life better and I feel more loyal to you as the company we're talking about at hand. So if Prairie Nights as a hotel can introduce these programs, definitely people would want to stay longer and they will reduce their turnover rate. The phase three is to employ fair chances hiring principles. That's a program whereby you bring in diversity, you bring in principles that have already been established to promote diversity, you bring everything together, and perhaps you can make an organization that will be truly diverse, just like our consultancy group. Now phase two, short-term 2-year plan. The very first phase is to hire students and foreigners. We have chosen this as what should be begun immediately because previously, when somebody folded the Prairie Nights Hotel, the wait time was usually less than a minute. Now you have wait times extending into 4-minute periods. With very little training, you can perhaps hire students to take off the heat from this. While you begin working on your other programs, you can immediately hire students on the fly. They begin working on this and they reduce the wait time just to provide support so I'll take a breath of fresh air and work on every other phase we have planned for you. The next thing is to hire people with criminal records, but before that, remember you have to introduce the developmental programs in phase 2. The moment you have those developmental programs start off, and you've begun to integrate it, perhaps practicing a little with the students, then you can begin to introduce people that have criminal history. I would not deny that this would be a very tough step to take. In fact, you would be a pace setter in this way. And as much as this is a noble experiment that should be very much appreciated, there would also be some difficulties with this. And we want you as a company to be prepared for that and willing to accept it. And to be networked with judicial and rehabilitative bodies. Over time, while working with these criminalized individuals, we want to be able to work with judicial bodies such that we can put it on record that these people have become new creatures. These people have gone through, they've served their time, they did the crime, they've served the time, and now they are new people ready to integrate to society and have already begun integrating. Long term, we want to have 50% of women in leadership positions. Basically, we want to have 50% of women everywhere. We are promoting diversity, 50% of women in all positions, and also 50% of women in positions of leadership. Rehabilitated convicts should be given the opportunity to grow in the company. Everybody deserves to be a part, no matter what they have done. So we are trying to promote that to them and give them that. No matter what you've done in life, everybody deserves a second chance. We are giving you that. You are being rehabilitated. You don't have to be a cook forever. You can grow up to be into more professional positions. You can go higher in the company. Everybody has the opportunity. Also, you do too. Now, the equity, diversity, and inclusion goal should be fully achieved. We expect that to be fully achieved 2025, 2026 going forward. Perhaps with these faces you have presented, we hope to be able to fully achieve all of this. Oh, that's getting into my eyes. And keep going from there. And risk management. Obviously, there are risks. Remember, you're in the hospitality sector. If somehow I came into a restaurant to eat, the restaurant in your hotel, I came in to eat, and somehow, for some reason, I realized that the person serving me, the person bringing in my knives was an ex-convict. That would be a hard pill to swallow. I might not take that very easily. I might be a little shocked myself. But then, how do you get ahead of that? You can get ahead of that with publicity. Before you even begin hiring ex-convicts, you put out the publicity. Hello, this is what we are doing. This is why we are doing this. This is what we want to achieve by this. And people recognize you for the noble company you are and appreciate you all the more for it. Decrease in customer satisfaction can be possible. Remember, you're hiring almost 130 new people. Not everybody from the get-go will be perfect. We are humans. We all have our own issues. So as long as we can work with these people and have our professional development training go well, we should be able to get past this issue, we think, or we hope we should be able to get past these issues. And the inability to scale professional development is very low. We would be starting this, and we'll be working with several organizations, and hopefully we'll be able to get this to go off right from the get-go. It is a possibility it might not work as well as we wish. It is business. We are no strangers to disappointment. But we believe the likelihood of this is low, and perhaps with the right amount of traction and working with the right organizations, this should not be a possibility likely to happen. Our final remarks. We are a team that prides ourselves on diversity and inclusion. We've presented to you why we think that would be a great idea, and we've presented to you some of the risks you might face. Is it possible that there are some things we have not seen that might likely happen? Yes. We are businessmen. We are no strangers to risk. It is possible that we might have gone about this the wrong way. Also, yes. But then we believe based on what we've been given, we've chosen the best options available at hand, and you should be able to get this to work. It is a noble goal you have chosen. You have chosen to work a noble path, and you should be appreciated for it. And as difficult as it would be, we would advise you to continue. And we are willing to work with you whenever you're ready. Thank you very much.
Final time, 19:39. There will be a 5-minute question and answer period. At the 4-minute and 30-second mark, we're going to hear 2 knocks on the table. No more questions will be asked from the judges, but at that point, the delegates will have 30 seconds to finish your reply. Time starts now.
We actually, so we are in the human resources department, so we're not professionals with the finance department. However, we assume that the Prairie Knights has a financial team. Everything we presented to you is our goals in terms of recruitment and how we can go about recruiting people. So in terms of budgeting, we are kind of lacking a little bit, but everything else is present. Do you have anything to add on?
On the decision matrix slide, you suggest that there would be no cost associated with looking at the different recruitment areas. Can you walk us through what's behind that assertion?
Would you like us to load up the slide?
Sure.
Okay, I don't know how to operate this. Okay, I got it. I got it. 1 second. There you go. Michael, would you like to take this away?
Yeah, so you indicate 5, no cost. Curious from where that comes.
I'll give you an easy assumption. I am an international student. You may be able to tell by my accent. I have come to consider myself as an immigrant in Canada. It is very easy for you to hire me. Perhaps to hire me, you have to do nothing more. I am almost ready and I'm willing to work. There are no excess costs outside of the normal recruitment costs you usually face that will tie into hiring me as an immigrant or as a student. In fact, I would argue that it would be much easier to hire me as an immigrant than any other demographic. So the moment you try or you make the attempt to hire people that are usually, I don't want to use the word racialized, but like part of like the people that are prejudiced against perhaps, you would realize it is much cheaper to hire them than any other demographic. Does that make sense?
On the Gantt chart that you have for implementation, why did you decide to hire students and foreign workers before offering opportunities to individuals with criminal records?
I can take that along the way. So to start with the criminal record, your current policy is established that that an immediate eviction and immediate turn down is placed if someone is deemed to have a conviction. Obviously, we're open to be giving second chances, and we hope you are too. But when looking at obviously the order of operations here, we like to give the future generations a chance before people who have already made mistakes and who are rehabilitating into society.
And just to add on a very tiny little bit to that, you are currently under a lot of stress as a company. Your wait time is over 4 minutes. The easiest group to train, like I mentioned earlier, would be people like me. You can get us in there, get us on the front, get us doing the basics. That will take the heat off from everything else. Then you can begin introducing your policies. That's why we decided hiring students first would be the best way to go about this.
As part of your recommendation, you identified professional development opportunities and engagement with outside organizations. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that process looks like from an employer perspective and engaging with those organizations?
Okay, these are NGOs. They like working with people. But then a lot of them seem to work with criminalized or people that have been prejudiced against. That's the word I'm looking for. People that have been prejudiced against. Not a lot of people want to work with them. You are a very big company. You are an extremely successful one that have reached out to them. They would be more than willing to provide the onboarding process for you. You are basically taking them over like, okay, we have this issue. This is what we want. We want you to take this away. They are the experts at this, and I'm sure they're more than willing to tell you everything they have to do. You just have to tell them the direction you want them to go, and I'm sure they can take it away.
What do you suggest as KPIs to monitor your progress on this plan?
Okay, where do we put KPIs? Sorry. Oh, no.
I'll take it away. With our KPIs, we're obviously looking for the EDI as our achievement levels. So with the 50% female employees by 2025, we'll be monitoring that over the years and hopefully seeing a positive progression. Also with the increased employment by 2024, we're looking for extra hands. We're currently at 200 employees and we're aiming for 330 plus. So at that point, we'll just be monitoring that throughout different segmentations of the year.
Can I have the presenter leave the room first, please?
Okay, it's unmuted now. Please point to this. Do not tell me what school you're from. We don't want the judges to hear.
Oh, hi. Oh, thank you. Where did you get it?
If it's all the same school, yep, that sounds good. We'll just do a count. Okay. 1, 2.
Place to wear it.
Eileen's like, what is this?
I know.
with one another. We pledge ourselves to create competition that celebrates a diverse culture and industry of this land. And thank you to the judges. We have Matt, Kara, Raj, and Kara. And my name is Cindy, and I'll be the academic monitor for this presentation. Competitor will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to answer questions, present their questions. Our academic timekeeper, Selena, will hold a time quiz throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hand. I, the presentation monitor, will call on them to ask their questions. Once the question period has concluded, the delegate will escort to leave the room. No question or comment will be audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned off and silent, and there's no talking amongst yourself. Start your presentation.
What is the first thing that you think of when you think of a profitable business? High profits, low costs. Of course, these are great things to think of. But one thing that can never go underlooked or pushed away is diversity and a strong workforce behind you. Behind every single profitable business is a strong idea between each worker of exactly what they have to do. Hi, my name is Sam. This is my colleague Ian. We are continuing consultants, and today we'll get down to the bottom and implement, to get down to the bottom of the issue at hand and implement a new way of working, and for your business, a new way of business. So, we first look at the problem identification. Primary problem, do not have enough workers to support your growth. So, looking through your case, we realize that although your company is growing in size, your workforce is not following suit. And the workforce needs to follow suit, otherwise you will have burnout and unequal amount of work amongst workers, and there will be very, very high amount of stress, overtired, stuff like feelings like that. Secondary, want a more diverse and inclusive workforce. So, secondary issue is that the diversity in the workforce is not overly abundant, and we want to just work on that a little bit more as well, with a critical insight throughout of employees are switching away from our industry. So one thing that we did see throughout this case is that when a worker does decide to quit their job, they decide to move industries totally. And we want throughout this presentation to keep in mind that those workers, once they're in that industry, we want to keep them there and retain them. So our recommendation, creating a more diverse place to work while simultaneously creating customer satisfaction. Those two, hand in hand together, will create the perfect business. So first, we look at our internal analysis congruence model. So what that is, it's basically just internally analyzing your company to get a deeper and better understanding of what's happening, who is completing these tasks, the structure, and the culture. So, like I just said, there are 4 components to this model. There's task, people, structure, and culture. So, first, task. To supply customers with an enjoyable and relaxing stay every night at every location. So, of course, if we don't know already, this is a hotel business. We're in the hotel industry, and we want to make sure that each customer and each consumer is enjoying their stay and having a pleasant time. That is your task, to create the best hotel possible. People, of course, you're in a hotel industry, so you have hotel staff like, you have management, administration, housekeeping, accounting, etc. All these people go work hand in hand to create, of course, like I said, the best hotel they can. Structure, this is a chain structure, so they're all across Western Canada, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta. And lastly, culture. It's a positive culture. Reading through your case, we do not see any major differences or any major conflicts between people or workers. People did seem to, when they have a job assigned, they're, of course, too busy to have any kind of issues because you have too much of a small amount of workers, and that's of course the problem. So with that being said, with problems, we go to our incongruences. This internal analysis, when done completely and correctly, will lead you to these, the incongruences, the issues at hand. So people, short on staff, high turnover, and burnout amongst management training. So what that entails, like I said, you're short on staff, you also have high turnover in this company, and since you have short staff and high turnover, the management is having a hard time training all these people who are coming to the business and who are leaving between, training them, stuff like that, making sure that they are fully aware of what's happening, and that's taking a toll on your management. Task cannot be completed effectively due to too many jobs for too little amount of people. So, of course, throughout my whole speech here, the tasks that are at hand are not being completed effectively because you don't have enough people. Simple as that. And lastly, culture. Relationships cannot be formed fully between workers. So if there's high turnover and lots of people coming in, coming out, the relationships between the full-time people or the people who have been there for a while are not being fully created between the people who are just coming in since they're leaving too fast. And that relationship is super important amongst workers. It leads to a healthier culture. So, I said there. Pastel. Now, Pastel, of course, is externally looking outside and how it affects on the inside. Since there are 6 aspects here, and I am very mindful of the time, I will only be looking at 3. Political, environmental, and legal. So, first political. Minimum pay amongst workers for each province. So, of course, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, all the provinces of Canada have minimum pay that they need to minimum pay amongst workers. So, of course, that is something politically. If a new premier is elected for a province, there may be changes that follow suit. So, of course, with each new premier, new changes might be created. Maybe they want to raise that minimum pay amount, that pay. Maybe they want to change some other legal aspect. Environment. Environment will be the deciding factor for business for construction. So, what that means, in Cole's notes, is that since they're in Western Canada, there's going to be -40 and there's going to be +40. You have to be able to be fully aware of what's happening in your environment to be able to make sure that you are minimizing costs in the long run. And lastly, legal. Health codes for each province, criminal protection amongst each province, and food safety handling for each province. So what that entails is that, of course, each province will just be having different health codes, different food safety codes, with different criminal codes, and laws like that. So I will now hand it off to my colleague Kian to talk to you about alternatives.
Thank you, Sam. So we've got a couple different alternatives for you guys, 3 of them, in fact. The first one is a different perspective. The second one is entering the workforce, and the third one is to stay on course. So the first alternative, a different perspective, is to obtain new employment through foreign workers. So how this would work is there's always people entering through Canada, through immigration, coming in from other countries. There's always a constant supply of workers, constant supply of people coming in. You want to utilize those people coming in to create diversity, and also because we need to get you guys workers as soon as possible. So we think this is a fantastic way to do that. We also need to take into account the possible language barriers that could be considered while bringing in people from other countries. And we also need to take into account how during the pandemic, immigration did slow down a little bit, so there's not as many people as normally there would be. Couple pros is, another option to this alternative is that we want to bring in people who have a little bit more experience, so older people as well. A pro is that these people bring experience, they can be a great mentor for younger employees. A con, however, is they'll be wanting to retire soon, so they're not going to be wanting to work for long periods of time. They tend to maybe work at a bit of a slower pace within your hotels and your company. And as well as they can be mentors to young people, sometimes the other side of the coin is that they can also believe they are a bit of a higher status than younger people just because of their age. Our second alternative, entering the workforce, is going to be to open up hiring employees with people with criminal records. So these workers have a 13% lower turnover rate, which is something that we believe is important in your company. We'll retain those workers, and with lowering the turnover rate, we're also going to retain managers, because managers are leaving because they feel burnt out, they feel tired of all this training they have to do with new people. So retaining these workers will also lead to retaining management. They're no more likely to be fired for misconduct than any other worker. So some bias that people may believe that they have against people with a criminal record isn't necessarily true according to these statistics. The cost to hire somebody with a criminal record is also the same as the cost to hire anybody else. A work experience post-incident. So there's a couple different ways we can look at this. We know after 10 years after an incident, someone can receive a pardon for what they did, which essentially means that it's not available to the public within a criminal record. Now, we want to take into consideration that although that's fantastic, 10 years is a very long time to wait. So what we want to do is look at the time in between an incident and when their current work experience. So for example, if someone was there as an incident in 2018 and now looking in 2023, we want to look at how much work experience happened in those 5 years, if they have references that we can check, what we can do to go about finding their experience rather than waiting a whole 10 years before we hire them. We also want to find 16 to 24-year-olds that match our values as a company. So we know these hotels are located in cities with big universities, located in cities with big high schools, and we believe there's a big pool there that's a bit untapped right now. And so how we're going to do that is because we want to lower your turnover rate, we want to find younger people that align with your company's values, so they want to stay with your company a bit longer. Now you guys have great values, you support your local communities, your breakfasts are through local bakeries, your decor is through local companies within your cities. We want to find people that value this just as much as we do, and we want to do that by outsourcing to a local marketing firm. And what that marketing firm should do is create a great campaign where they can really reach out to those younger employees, connect with them, and then bring them on to your company. Our third alternative is to stay on course. Now, you guys do have a pretty great 50-50 percentage of female to male workers within the entry levels of your company. We believe that if you don't necessarily do anything, that percentage will drip into your upper management levels, and then that increase will rise. The con of that, however, is because you guys do have a shortage, it can lead to higher job dissatisfaction, which will lead to an increased turnover rate and lots of people leaving. It'll also lead to customers being unhappy with where they're staying, which isn't necessarily what we want. So our recommendation is going to be entering the workforce, where we create a more diverse place to work while simultaneously increasing customer satisfaction. Our decision criteria we used to select this was DEI, so diversity, equality, and inclusion, and how many different groups are represented within your company. We also use job satisfaction, how many people are enjoying their jobs, measured by the quarterly reports that you guys take. And we also use client satisfaction. And this is how well the customers are enjoying their stay. This can be by service, by how they're being treated. We'll look at customer reviews on websites as well to determine this factor. Now looking at our decision matrix, entering the workforce, we believe the DEI is going to be very strong. Green, bring in a lot of different groups of people we can work with. Job satisfaction, like I said, if we bring in more people, there's going to be less workload in every person. They're going to enjoy their job a bit more, and the customers are going to enjoy that as well. It's going to go hand in hand. That goes with client satisfaction as well on why that's green. Now, the implementation. So our first phase is going to be communication. We're going to hold a town hall meeting. Each hotel will be responsible for holding their own meeting. The managers are going to receive a memo outlining how the meeting should be ran, and then it's up to them to run it within a 4-week span. So all 7 hotels should have communicated these changes to their staffs. Now the second phase is going to take a little longer, going to take about 6 months. This is going to be locating a local marketing firm. So continuing with your values of locating local bakeries to continue supporting your local communities, we're going to locate local marketing firms in order to help their business and to attract 16 to 24-year-olds who are going to school within the same cities, within the same towns, that are going to align with their values, that are going to come work for you. So how would that work is you're going to have to find them within each independent city. It's going to be up to each hotel. You're going to have to meet with those firms, talk to them, and then select which of those firms matches your guys' values. Now, phase 3, this implementation does take 6 months, and the reason it's coming after the first one is because the first one takes a bit longer, so we want to start that process right away. Now, this one is going to be reaching out to local non-for-profit organizations. Now, one of the big reasons we switched over into looking at employing workers with criminal records is because there's a lot of non-for-profit organizations that are willing to work with you guys as a company and help you guys onboard these people and are working with these people to find them employment right now. And so we believe, such as the Elizabeth Fry Society, that these organizations would be very willing to help your organizations and to onboard these new workers into your company, which would lead to more workers and more workers fast as soon as possible. That'd be meeting with different organizations, doesn't necessarily have to be this one, although this one would check a couple boxes, as well as including more female representation, which can also lead into the female representation into upper management levels. And how we want to do this is we want weekly updates that are guided to the non-for-profit organization. So we believe with anybody new entering the workforce, jumping straight into an 8-hour day can be stressful, it can be a lot. So we want to start with a 3-4 hour day, then move into 5 and 6 hour day. And how we want to manage this is through weekly updates. So that non-for-profit organization is going to actually work with those new employees coming in. They're going to meet with them. They have a lot of resources such as therapists, legal, anything that they might need to talk with them once a week. And they're going to take a look at those weekly reports, and then they're going to send them back to you guys, and you guys are going to look at them and make sure everything's working just as we planned. Now, the third phase, continuing on, locating potential employees locating potential employees through that foundation and through just regular job postings. We're not only going to hire those people, we're still looking at everybody. We're just going to open up our horizons a little bit more. So we'd also like to consult legal on the hiring issues, so that is something that needs to happen. Our fourth phase, implementation. Now this is going to start after 3 months, and it's going to be current because we want to be keeping the quarterly updates that you guys do. We think those work very well. We're going to keep those, and we're also going to keep that 4-week shadow you guys do while training. We believe 1 month of training, a shadow works very efficiently, and it's proven good within your company. Like I said before, we are going to introduce those weekly guided updates to that non-for-profit organization, and new employees will also start in smaller shifts, 4 hours, then 5, then 6, as their progression improves by the organization standards and by our own. Now our fifth phase is 1 year into current. This is going to be to review and assess the changes regarding hiring training. So we're going to look at those updates, we're going to look at those quarterly and weekly, and we're going to take a look to see if those turnover rates have gone down, if you guys have gotten 130 employees as you need, how fast you've gotten them, and we're also going to change our approach if needed, although we don't believe we're going to have to at all. Now, we've also had a sixth phase. So we've also taken to mind that single mothers might not necessarily be able to come work because they have a child at home that someone needs to take care of. So what we want to do is after 2 years, if there is room, we want to take a look at local daycares within those towns and cities, meet with them, try and create a collaboration, and when those single mothers that we could be onboarding after our previous phases have been completed, their kids can be taken care of through these local daycares, whether that's no cost to them, whether that's splitting the cost, whatever it might be, just to help them get back into the workforce. Now our cost analysis. This is a little bit small, so I might have to squint your eyes. But the first phase, the communication, should only be about $1,000. The second phase is going to be meeting with that marketing firm, meeting with a couple others, then hiring them. It's about $80,000. The third phase is going to be a little less, $30,000. Fourth phase, fifth phase, and sixth phase, as you can see on the board. Now the big important thing is that although this might sound a lot, it's only about 20% of your net revenue per hotel. So for 20%, we could fix all the issues you're having right now. And then heading into the change model, I will give this back to Sam. There you go, Sam.
Thank you, Kian. So I'll keep this quick and brief for you. We have analyzed internally and externally what affects your business. We have gone over our issues, implementation at hand. Now we must look at the change itself and how does that affect people and how can we go through it better. So we look at the Lewin's change model. To better understand this model, we have to imagine this as a big ice block. This ice block at the start is disfigured. It looks a little gross, a little grimy. So we're going to melt it down. We're going to melt it down into a mold. And this mold will come out as a clean, brand new shape. So the melting down unfreeze. We're going to communicate change, outline end goal. We'll have full transparency with the workers, and we're going to regard resistance. Because, of course, as everybody knows, the last thing that we want to do in our day-to-day life is change. We like to stay in our comfort zone, and we want to stay there. So once we have communicated and regard all resistance, we're going to now implement the change. We're going to implement change, show support to new hires, assess changing culture, and gain feedback. This will all be that turning into that new mold that I was talking about before, and getting a better shape out of it. And once we finally have gotten that shape that we want, and we start to refreeze, that's when we're going to finalize changes. Finalize changes, collect final feedback, and celebrate milestone reached. We have to gain feedback through every single stage of this model, so we know and you know exactly what's happening in that company, and if there's any kind of resistance that we
We look at it, and we fully understand it, and we can fix it. Now, our risks and mitigations. First risk, will they commit a felony? So, of course, in our implementation, we were talking about hiring new workers who have a criminal record. So what happens if they decide to commit another felony? Well, a mitigation to that, weekly checkups that will ensure their success. We will make sure that they are totally understanding of what they're doing, and if they need any help. Maybe they're just confused, maybe they are exasperated, whatever the word might be, they just need that a little bit of a helping hand, and that's why we are here, and that's why the weekly checkups are there, to make sure that everybody is doing fine. Second risk, what if the younger kids do not want to work for us? What happens if, 16, 17, around that, they're young, they're thinking, I don't want to work, but then they decide, well, no, I do kind of work, but I don't want to work, they're kind of on the fence, I'm not quite sure where they want to go. This is mitigation. This is the importance of selecting that right marketing firm to reach out and connect with the people that are there. So we will make sure that the marketing firm is fully great at their job. Questions?
Final time, 20 minutes on the dot. There's a 5-minute question and answer period at which the 4-minute and 30-second mark. We're going to have 2 blocks on the table. No more further questions from the judges, so the delegates will have 30 more seconds to finish the presentation. That time begins now.
Should include hiring additional HR staff or leadership positions to support this implementation?
Yes, it does. So it would include hiring for all positions available, not just necessarily entry-level positions. And then if we feel like we want to promote somebody within that's been doing such a good job, that is another option we can take as well.
In phase 1, you talk about sharing messages at your frontline level. What suggestions do you have to equip our leaders to share such a message?
Yeah, so the reason we do that is number one for transparency. We want to be fully transparent as a company, want everybody to know what's going on. Number one thing we want to make sure while we're doing that though is while we're letting everybody know what's happening, we don't want to put these new employees in a box. That because they do have a criminal record, we don't want our current employees to think of them in a certain way. So we want to do this smoothly and with a lot of caution.
How will you assess changing culture?
So you guys do your quarterly reports by the managers that are held on how the employees are interacting with not just each other, but also their customers. And the customers were, of course, doing reviews on websites as well. So the culture change would be how well they're communicating with each other. So if they're very negative, that would be a sign of a negative culture. And as we start to implement more newer employees, we hope that the culture will be more positive and they'll be nice to each other, as well as the workload coming off of them with an increased employee should also help. So we'd measure that by how they talk to their management staff and how they interact with their other customers as well as their fellow employees.
What questions will be asked of our legal team?
It really depends. It would more so be consulting legal about any issues that we should be worried about while changing our hiring process. So they should be letting us know what we need to do differently rather than us asking them the questions. That's why we consult them.
You talked about partnering with the nonprofit organizations and that they would support you with some of their resources. What does that look like in terms of giving back to those nonprofits so that they can be sustained?
Yeah, of course. So we had that in our cost slide. Of course, financially helping them as well would be great because even though they're not for profit, all the volunteers working there have to go home, feed themselves, feed their kids. So that's going to be another way that we're going to reach back also. And then as the partnership grows, we hope to develop a stronger relationship with them. And then we can bring on more people that they're working with and help them in other ways. If they're hosting events, they can use our hotels, maybe to do a discount, things like that.
You identified in your cost slide using 20% of net revenue as a metric. Help me understand where you came up with 20% as that number.
Right, so we did just take a rough estimate of how much we believed each hotel would be earning, and then we took a lot of all of our costs, added them up, and then we believe that to be 20% of your net revenue per your hotel, and that is how we got that number.
In terms of selecting the right marketing firm, what would be your ideal marketing firm that you would work with?
For sure. So, of course, if they're going to be dealing with 16, 17-year-olds, they all have to be fully aware of what's happening in social media, they have to be fully understanding of what's happening in sports and leisure activities, anything like that, because of course, when you're at that age, you're much more worried about having fun and events like that. And so we have to make sure that the marketing firm, is pandering to that idea and allowing the kids to be like, oh, well, if this hotel is being associated with this marketing firm and they're pumping me full of ideas of having fun and having a good time, I want to be associated with that team.
Also, can I just add on? Just to add on what Sam was saying, we also want to take a look at those people's values. So another big thing with job dissatisfaction is hiring anybody that just wants to come on. I want that marketing firm to share our values and share the values with the people they're connecting with, so that we bring on not just younger audience, but the younger audience that's right for us.
Pardon? Yeah, you can go give them their stuff. are on. Okay. This.
No, this one is like stuck
We're
here.
unmuted now, just so you're aware. No worries. Samina, do you want to come? Oh, that's
diverse culture and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. We have Matt, Kira, Raj. My name is Sneen, and I'll be the academic moderator for the presentation. Competitor will have max minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenter questions. Our academic timekeeper, Selena, will hold up time queues throughout the presentation and question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hand. I, the presentation monitor, will call on them to ask for questions. When the question period has concluded, the delegate will to leave the room. No question or comment will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and there is no talking amongst yourself or sending to the computers through the presentation. You may start your presentation.
Has cemented its legacy as one of the worst things that happened to our society in centuries. Not only has it changed the way humanity has interacted with us, it's also advanced technology decades of fast anyone could have predicted, but also has rocked one of Canada's industries to its core in hospitality and tourism. And no company reflects that more so than the one that we're going to talk about today. Hello, my name is Eric. I'm with my associates Amy and Hashi. We represent Teen Time Consulting to talk about your company, Prairie Nights. All right, so the reason why we're here today is that there are some pretty urgent issues going on with Prairie Nights at the moment. As I mentioned, with you guys rebounding to pre-pandemic levels for 2020, and there are some issues on the matter here we're going to discuss regarding as the urgent one as labeled as labor shortages. As mentioned with COVID-19, turnover has been at an all-time high for you guys. There's been turnover has been higher, too many vacancies to match demand for pre-pandemic levels where now flights are not being canceled anymore, people want to travel again, and how are you guys going to meet that demand? Primary issue as addressed is to update as they do CRC, which is the criminal record check. That's been with your company since about 2005. And some of the secondary issues at hand as well is addressing some proposed initiatives for diversity and inclusion, as well as updates to your job descriptions and policies in the future.
So here we have a brief analysis of what's going on with your company right now. Right now, first issue would be the labor. So there isn't reduced. There's about a deduction in workers from 330 to 200 over 4 years of time. So there was a big turnover rate for your company. From 330 to 200, it's about 130 vacancies left to fill, and there is a high turnover due to the lack of job development opportunities provided by your company, and which ultimately leads to high turnover rate as well. Then we have an average customer wait time, which increased from a minute or less than a minute to 4 minutes or more. So there's that aspect of customer service, which has also been tarnished. And then we have also Liza taking the brunt of the entirety of the hiring and recruiting process, leading to burnout.
So, and then the second mentioned one is with the criminal record policy. So with the policy that was implemented back in 2005, a lot has changed since then. And this blanket policy that worked back then does not reflect the current economic standards that are now, as well as with certain people's current backgrounds. Because whether this blanket policy addressed a lot of things, blanket policy addressed a lot of, doesn't matter what the charge was for a record check, that if you have it, you're not allowed to hire. That covered like misdemeanors to much higher offenses. So by doing so, here said that, well, as I've worked in the past, you're also disallowing yourself to a potential pool of applicants of about 4 million people in Canada who currently have record check. 50% feel they can never work again. So this is so much untapped talent at your disposal
that you can use to fill up these vacancies and to address your issues regarding labor shortages by making some of these changes here. And with some of the study suggested that the cost for even making these changes or even hiring someone with that is the same or lower than people who don't. So the risk to it is relatively lower than you would expect for making some change for updating your criminal record check policy.
So the third issue that we have identified for your company today is that of job development. So majority of the exit interviews that Prairie Knights currently have taken, there were two critical aspects that we usually hit constantly. So the first one was that of job development, and the second one was that of recruitment. So we do know post-pandemic, most of your employees that were 55 plus, they decided to stay back home or rather go for retirement rather than work in the hospitality industry. Another approach or another point to this issue was that your part-time workers usually had a 5.5 month tenure. So with the help of our recommendation, we hope that the 5.5 month tenure does increase to that 1 year that you are aiming for.
Brief analysis of the surveys we did on what the industry is currently facing regarding employment. So 45%, there is lack of candidates. So not much people are applying for the jobs. They're not interested or actually applying for the job postings posted online. And about 44% there's lack of skilled labor. So your company is facing a lot of candidates which are lacking like hard skills or soft skills and experiences based on your employment standards. So about 44%, that is the industry overall, where most of the candidates applying don't have the necessary skills needed. And 41%, because of the lack of skilled labor and the lack of candidates, there is a 41% which limits the sales and growth potential of your company. And lastly, there's a 28% shortage of semi-skilled labor, which if they're like based on the other three, it affects operations because there's lack of candidates, skills needed, and also even if you have employees with half the skill set, it's still affecting 28% of your operations. And so our Team 10 Consulting, we've come up with these alternatives for the issues previously mentioned. First one would be updating your recruitment and hiring policy. So right now we have the urgency to fill about 130 vacancies with your company based on the high turnover rate over the past 4 years. So because the pros and cons leading up to this would be lasting workforce. So if you do update your recruitment policy and lower the standards, the qualifications required, there would be a lasting workforce leading to a low employee turnover. And then, like my colleague Eric mentioned, there is a potential to attract a new talent pool, and also by making changes in the CRC policies. So by the 4 million candidates we've lost based on the ones with the criminal records, we can adapt them and have a new talent pool pertaining to your company. And also there is a reduced barrier of entry. So with the updating policies of the CRC, there is no barriers or like discrimination against people with no criminal records and people with criminal records. So it's kind of like an equality basis, right, for based on updating CRC policies and the recruitment policies. And then the cons will be costly, time consuming, which is pertaining to the same cost for the expanding the HR team. Right now, Liza is facing a lot of burden on her plate. So we've decided to expand the HR team, possibly like an EDI advisor, and make an HR team that helps Liza with the hiring process. So basically delegation of duties, which leads to increased work productivity and obtaining goals and better efficiency within the organization, and of course the reduced burnout aspect. Then moving on to the increased development plus incentive opportunities. So based on what my colleague Amy said earlier, based on the surveys you did, the exit surveys provided by your company, there was a high turnover rate leading to, because of lack of job development opportunities. So we're trying to incentivize the currently existing employees by offering the internal hiring promotions or job transfers if needed. And also this encourages employees to actually engage within the company and put in their thoughts and creativity, which leads to better productivity as well. And of course, the leading aspect of increased retention. So you get to keep your current working loyal employees within the company because of these development opportunities we'd like to implement. And last would be the outsourcing aspect. Instead of hiring a new team or anything, or the second alternative, we also identify the alternatives of outsourcing the task. So like a third-party agency where you get expert input. You have reduction in staff turnover based on their expertise, and there's loss of control, and but there are cons related to that as well. You have lack of consistency. There is loss of control, and of course there will be that negativity within the internal employees as well, because they were not approached first for any of the job positions. Rather, you outsource the field than doing the job yourself.
And while reading more about your company, as mentioned before, COVID has really kind of changed a lot of landscape in regards to both personal and on the business aspect. And I always hear a lot of businesses are struggling to recover back pandemic, but not a lot of people recover. Not a lot of people talk about on the small business aspect, which you guys are. Starting in right here in Saskatoon, growing across 7 locations across 2 provinces. So hopefully with the recommendations provided, you guys can really highlight what makes your company special and stands out for it. And then not just people of Saskatoon call this, but everyone else can refer to Saskatoon as the Parish of the Prairies. And as a recommendation kind of stated from Hashi, so we've kind of amalgamated some of it together. So by regards to, we are recommending to update not just the CRC policy, but overall your hiring, your recruitment as well. So it's hard to deny that we've seen so many people out there in the pool of those 50% feeling they can never have work because of this, of their CRC. By expanding that to not just affect, instead of a broad scope, just implying that if you're applying for, this won't affect you applying for like an entry-level position, but updating the way that if they're wanting to apply for like a managerial or supervisor role, then that's where kind of where that safeguard is. Because in the past there wasn't much, there was probably too much safeguarding on it, but we don't want to deny the opportunity to work within the company on an entry-level basis. And then we're on to, and recommend of expand HR team, take the work off of Liza. So for risk of burnout, as she stated, she got burnout within like less than 6 months of work, which if she's facing that at her level, only imagine how everyone else at the company is feeling, working way more than after 6 months. And then obviously want to increase incentives, increase opportunities. Because if your exit service is saying that people are leaving, not just your company, but changing a whole new field in finance and technology, and they don't see a future within your company, why does they want to work for you? So you need to establish endless opportunities, endless possibilities, and give them a reason why I should work for you and not for some bigger corporation in Vancouver or Toronto. I keep things here, but hopefully these updates can make more things stay in Saskatchewan than being spread across the country.
So the implementation based on what Erica said, first we'd like to update the CRC policy. Like Erica's mentioned, this will not impact the applying level for the upper level positions. That will require the criminal record check, but for like lower level entry, like say wait staff or any of the lower level management positions, we would not like to, we conclude that we would not like to implement that CRC or criminal record check, as it takes a lot of time, and there is a chance where for all the employees to actually have a position to be like qualified for the job, even if they do have a criminal record. And then we also like to increase the online presence for your company by job postings like Indeed, Monster, so people get an awareness of the available postings, the 130 vacancies left in your company. And the third would be like holding workshops for post-secondary students. So we would like to target the age group of 16 and over to apply for the jobs, so that we would like to start them from a young age and then progress as the years go by to possibly a higher position through internal transfers and incentivize them to stay within your company. And then interviews, of course, based on based on the job postings, we would have a big pool of candidates. We would do interviews like a normal recruiting process that we do, and therefore this will fill in your company's 130 positions. I mean, hopefully successful candidates will fill up the vacancies within your company. Also, the second implementation would be to reduce the burnout for LISA by expanding the HR team. So if you have an efficient team, there would be less burnout for LISA, thereby, so with this team, they would be helping in diversifying the personnel. So we would like to achieve the target of including more women for the company as well, and then helping the recruitment of employees, basically HR functioning, and we would like to implement or include the weekly survey policy just to keep an eye on them and monitoring the performance performed by people with the criminal record, just as you would without the criminal records.
And the third implementation step would be looking at some of the job development and incentive ideas that you can have a look at. So the first one is going to be seniority incentives. That is going to be aiming most of your employees that have been with the company, that have been with Prairie Knights for more than 5 years or even more, mostly aiming at that 55 plus group of employees that you have. You do not want to leave your young employees feeling unrecognized of their hard work. So we're also looking at some of the spot rewards that you could actually have. So this could be gift cards of $50 or $10. And the way that the spot rewards could work is by co-workers. So if an employee's co-workers see this person doing a great job, they can nominate for it. It could also be managers, it could also be LISA voting for like an employee and having that spot reward in place. Last but not the least, we also think having education reimbursements for attracting that 16 to 24-year-old demographic groups would be really helpful, as we do know that Prairie Knights is looking into tapping into this undiscovered talent pool, and this would be a really good opportunity for Prairie Knights to actually get some young blood on board.
So given I have in front of the timeline here, so for regard to updating your CRC policy, we estimate to update that within 1 to 3 months. As you know, doing all the kind of paperwork that's going to be time consuming. And mentioned for wanting to access new talent pool to a new talent pool opportunity. Way that know that's worked, that by hopefully doing so, especially with hospitality, you'll see a new flood of increase of applicants you never had before. Hopefully, especially in the busier time in the summertime, looking around our average of like 20 to 50 new applications expected to fill in those vacancies. Recruitment itself was a little longer, about 3 to 5 months, because once you have those applications, you want to do your due diligence of filtering out and seeing which one has the right fit, and just to address the fact that prior to that, average customer wait time was over 4 minutes. So if we can get that down to about 2:30, we know that obviously what you guys are doing is obviously providing good service to yourself and for the customers. And then incentivization, what Amy mentioned, about 2 to 3 months, because again, we want to promote application within, as well as wanting to provide incentives for your staff to make them come back. So employee tuition reimbursements, flexible schedules, even having like bonus of like some gift cards, just to kind of show that they care and you want to help, and especially with tuition reimbursements, which covers the later the 20 upwards who are going post-secondary, maybe they're interested in tourism. You want to help foster their career and development so they'll stay with you guys post-graduation.
So we did have some time to look at some of the projected financials today and their benefits. So the first one is we did have a look at incentives. So one of the benefits could be productivity. Your employees, Prairie Knights would have a look at like lower turnover rates in the future. The second cost that we had a look at was workshops. So this is gonna increase some of the knowledge and more experience for your current employees as well as the new employees that you get on board. The third one was shop postings. So we did wanna have a look at some of the different ways of marketing your job postings. May that be Indeed, may that be Monster. So having those job postings out can help you fill in these vacancies right now. And then we also had a look at some of the HR expansions. So that's going to help Liza with the organization, the organizing, delegation of duties. As we do know, Liza is taking on a lot of work right now, and burnout is relevant. And also looking at that equity, diversity, and inclusion group that we can have a look at.
So as a summary here, you have these urgent matters and projection as well over the 2-year roadmap assigned. So by addressing these concerns, you're one step closer to filling these vacancies and becoming up to pre-pandemic levels. Open the floor for questions.
Final time, 20 minutes on the dot. There will be a 5-minute question and answer period, at the 4-minute and 30-second mark, you're going to have 2 knocks on the table, no more further questions from the judges, 30 seconds for the delegates to finish their response, and the time starts now.
If you just flip back to that will cost money, approximately how much will they cost altogether?
So we didn't get time to actually analyze how much each aspect and factor will be like quantifiable. We didn't have much of a time, but definitely workshops on average, I would say we're trying to do it as a semi-annually thing, so every 6 months. So roughly, I would say 30,000 to start off with, but yeah, because of the shortage of time, we didn't actually go with to the quantity, like quantify measures of the.
And just as a quick follow-up, how many HR professionals do you recommend we hire?
We like to start off with 4, and progressively, based on how much we've actually progressed over the based on the organization of the company and the efficiency, we would like to see if we can actually have enough to hire more.
Can you help me better understand why the criminal record check policy would be implemented for lower level positions and not for higher level positions as opposed to being across the board?
Yeah, so we looked at that as well, and the reason why it was implemented in the past, that there was issues of like lost revenue, of being stolen from upper management, of funds being taken, transferred out. So hence why that was stuck in place, because people in higher management were kind of taking advantage of the company and taking funds. So we established that because it was in 2005, by updating it now, it just more so restricts upper management to help mitigate that again, but not taking away potential entry-level employees from having opportunity.
Curious about the weekly survey that you're recommending. Is that for, what is it for? Is it for all employees to have a weekly check-in?
More so with the ones that, like, if you do go through with the CRC update with the weekly employees, because again, if it's something more like a misdemeanor, how it's addressed with given like provincial laws and such, make sure they're dealing with the public. On one of the other instances was with an altercation with a member of the public, so making sure that we're being checked on a weekly basis, make sure that if any issues or any concerns are coming up, that we're tackling it head on.
Do you consider any other ways to mitigate burnout outside of recruitment?
Sorry, so aside from expanding the HR team,
Yeah.
okay. So far, we believe expanding the HR team would be the ideal option, because Liza is taking care of other provinces as well regarding the hiring and recruitment policy. So as of now, at this point in time, I don't have other options for mitigating the lack of burnout, as I believe, or we believe, that this is the best strategy that should be taken in order to reduce burnout.
I'm going to fill all of the 130 vacancies that
sorry, so you said more like up to the 130, like we got home a day? Well, hoping if all the recommendations is taken upright and implemented, hopefully within a matter of like, hopefully no more than like a year to year and a half.
In your implementation specifically about development, you talk about education reimbursement. Process that we would implement that, evaluate that, and align to our business needs.
So we are aiming for student reimbursements for like students that are like in post-secondary institutions. So how we're gonna go about that is like when your company goes into these post-secondary institutions and markets or promotes the job description, you could also like have that out there to the students so that it looks like the job description and the job itself is kind of attractive to the students. And that's how you get like students